Okay, so we're going to be getting back into Satisfactory. We do have a run going of this. Basically where we're at, we are at, I think it's like called packaged steel. But we basically got steel going on in the game. We've already got coal power up and running. We've been expanding that incredibly. For those who are not familiar with Satisfactory, but who do know what Factorio is, same general idea of a game, but Satisfactory is first person, so there's up, whereas Factorio is flat on the ground. I can give a quick tour of the base. Up there is usually a good place to start showing this off. And I also got a big wampum stick. But, so we've got quite a bit going on the map now. So if we go over here, down there is just like my main base. That's my limestone over there. I do have my copper products being there. That's going to need to be relocated pretty soon. This is just anything I take biological matter like leaves and wood and all that. I process that into fuel. I'm not really using that for anything. It's more just a way to compress biomass. That's our space elevator. That's required for advancing technology. Up there, I still do have a lot of products being made out of plates. That's actually mostly shut down now. Like, it's there functioning, but I'm not really using it. And if we go here, I just did that to avoid fall damage. I got a couple different areas we've got set up on our base. I apparently have a crate somewhere on the map. Which is, if we go down here, and just zip line between all this stuff. I've got my quartz areas here. They're not set up because I haven't needed quartz yet. But if we go down here on the right, you're going to see my incredibly large coal factory. Ironically, coal is a renewable resource in this game. That's my coal mine. Don't worry about fall damage. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, so I've got my coal plants down here, my coal factories and all that down here, doing the good requirements of the world of just nice, solid, clean coal. Because in this game, there is no solar, there is no wind, there is no hydroelectric or anything like that. So, ironically, at the beginning, you start by cutting up plants and trees, which is non-renewable. And then later on, you switch over to coal. And coal you get infinite amounts of, you just have to mine it. I'm just grabbing steel while I'm popping in here. And then this is all of our steel production, where we take coal and iron and make all sorts of steel products. We got that going. Where are these crates? They're over here? Oh, I see. It's from when I upgraded this. I think those crates might be here forever. I could pick this up to do it, but I don't care enough. But yeah, so we've got all that going on. And like, as you can see, we've got our iron ore up here. But the point is, this is steel production over here on this end. It's fine, whatever. And if we go over here more, I'm not gonna be able to zip line to that. Oh, let's grab these while we're here. We've gone through, and even though you still see the green clouds, I have used explosive to clear out the thing that puts out the poison clouds. When I get closer to the poison, will just dissipate, because the things that they're coming from are gone. That's a new thing that you can destroy those in this update, so it apparently has a bug or two. But, pretty soon we're going to no longer be ziplining everywhere, which is going to be great. We'll have the big vacuum tubes. I'm just kind of waiting on materials. But if we follow all this, I've got production for the reinforced plates. I did not change my category. Give me one moment. I have streamed before. Satisfactory. And I'm going to say back to Satisfactory, which is quite satisfactory, and some other far more clever jokes about the word satisfactory. Okay. Give me one moment to go on to the Discord real fast and be like, Switch, we've switched to Satisfactory. Because I do have on the Discord, when I switch up the games, because aiming for a mod position. I think Eonek would make a good mod. For the record. Just a reminder to update and all that. See, that's the beauty of mods. You don't have to get rid of one to get a new one. I mean, there is the whole thing at the end of the year where we do the fight to death between the mods. But, other than that, Eonek is a mod for Salford Cells. Excellent. Yeah, like, I mean, that's awesome as well, because that means that's, a decent-sized channel and all that, so I know you've got experience with it. Man, I wouldn't be against it. I won't pressure you during stream or anything like that. If it's something you're interested in, let me know. I also don't want you to feel like you're obligated to mod a whole bunch of channels, because I know modding is a lot of work. Or it can be a lot of work. I usually try and keep it pretty mild here. But, yeah. Oh, you don't know that you actually are just teasing? Oh, gotcha. I haven't... Like, I don't go to other channels and be like, who are their mods? Like, sometimes those happen to observe if someone's modding another channel and that kind of thing. You enjoy the crazy ziplining? Yeah. I have nothing against it. I enjoy spending my time here. Yeah, well, if it's something you'd like to do, I'll probably do it like during stream or something. Like what I could do is after stream, we can get set up. Because I'm also trying to get more mods, and I know you pop in here right at the beginning of the stream. And generally speaking, that's kind of where I'm hurting for mods. Is that at the very beginning of the stream is usually when we don't have many around. Okay. And over here we make rotors. So that's what all of this is around. All of this is set up to make rotors. What else? Nothing. Just rotors. I'm just double checking to make sure. Yeah. So all that's just for rotors. And what I'm trying to remember is, I believe that run over there. Yeah, that's right. So this cable over here goes back the way we went. Well, this cable goes over to rotors. Show the death route? Yeah, we're going to be going the whole way around. So we'll be checking out the death route. Okay. Yeah. Go to our channel and press gang their mods. Just show up in our town. Hey, I see you're modding this channel. Would you like to mod my channel? Why am I banned? I don't understand. Don't you want to build a community together? And banning someone who does that is the correct response. Unless you have, like, a relationship that type of teasing is normal. But if you just popped into someone else's channel, be like, hey, do any of your mods want to be mods for my channel? You're probably not going to get a very positive response to that. And then this place is for, we have set up to make reinforced plates, which I believe, well, it's reinforced plates and something else. Ah, reinforced plates and modular frames. That's right. Yeah, so... No, wait, that's not right. This is just for the modular frames. The reinforced plates was a different location. I need to mark all this stuff in the map. Right, because there's a valley that we have the reinforced plates. All of these, eventually, I am going to be using trains or some other form of transportation to get to one location. Right now, I am that means of shipping them around. But luckily, it's not been an issue yet. It will be an issue in not super long. Oh yeah, I put a hard drive in there last time we played. Yeah, so if you go up here, so the first time I played this game, I chose the start down, well, actually, the first time I did a proper base, not just experimenting, down there is where I built my factory, so then my nearest coal power was actually up here. So it was funny that when we came through here, I was like, wait a second, I know this place. This is where I used to get my coal, the water's over there. It's a whole big thing. But then, if we follow this over, this should go in the direction that I've got my reinforced plates and my caterium. It also goes to my death route. We've referred to it. Oh, well, that's good job, me. We got what we refer to as the death route over here, because it's an ill-conceived route to get around. Which is because it goes over the edge of this cliff. We have a ridiculous, you know, opportunity for ridiculous amounts of fall damage. But it was the most direct route we had at the time. So you can see where we are relative to the space elevator now. I gotta check that whole area down there. Yeah, it looks like 2 patches of limestone down there, maybe? Yeah, it'll end up needing more limestone later. But yeah, as you can see, it's a pretty significant fall that we nonchalantly just go through. It's like it's not even a problem. That said, we don't typically go this way if we can help it. And then over here is where we have our caterium, which is kind of the same purpose as copper, but better. Like, I'll end up needing lots of that later on in the run as we start getting more advanced electronics. I actually got set up way earlier than you normally do in the game, which is good, because it makes power poles easier to set up. Alright. Yeah, so what we'll definitely want to do is for some of those more distant location, we'll want to make the vacuum tubes. I want to say the vacuum tubes are extremely resource intensive, but it's those things that once you set them up, like, they're just very convenient to have for traveling around the map in an efficient manner. But instead of doing this nonsense where I have to, like, jump to the side and reattach, then jump to the side and reattach every time we hit a pole, I can go probably 3-4 times as fast. And it's just you pop in one side, you zip across the terrain, then you pop back out. Okay. And we took this other route over here, because this goes to where we're doing our reinforced plates. But as you can see, my resources... So, the first time I did this, my strategy for around base building was it would just get the resources, and whatever materials, like just the raw materials for the most part, I would just ship into the main base and make everything there. And this time, I'm kind of deliberately going to other locations that have resources, and then being like, this is where we make this. You know, whatever product. So yeah, so this is just reinforced plates over here. And there's like nothing else with all that. Alright. So where we were at right now is we are working on unlocking our hyper tubes. We're waiting on steel stuff for that. So let's go back to the main base. Some of the things I need to be doing is I need to set up the quartz to start producing, you know, its products. Upscaling our steel would be nice. I want to say our power, we do have a little bit of breathing room, but only a little bit of breathing room. So we finally hit the point with our power where if I'm going to upgrade my coal power, I need to hit another coal node to ship it in. And unfortunately in this area of the map, you're noticing that we get little like frame dips and all that. It's not like the video card having frame rate problems. It's the game loading in the next chunk ahead of us. That unfortunately, there's just not a way around that. Like, it's just that is going to be an issue. Different parts of the map apparently have a lot more problems than other parts. And sadly, this like lush green part is one of the places that has problems because it has all this stuff here. That's a real long hang. Thank you, game. Because this game is still technically an alpha and everything. It's been a very long going alpha, but still an alpha. One of the things I will need to do is right now I'm not producing any of the, I need to start producing, if you look at where it says complete phase 2 in the top right, that I have to feed those materials into this place, and I need to get that set up. At the moment, I am doing those plates. And those are going and being fed into this machine just to give me tickets. So, I can get my coupons, which I don't have room for. I don't know what just happened there. Kind of hoping I didn't destroy them. Because you don't destroy stuff by dragging it off your bar. I am hoping I didn't just get rid of 17 coupons. I mean, the good news is coupons go on forever. You can just keep feeding the machine and it just gets slower. I'm gonna go check. I'm hoping they just have, like, their own thing. Nope. Those coupons just cease to exist. But the idea with coupons, you can unlock a whole bunch of stuff. Some stuff is just purely cosmetic, like the foundations. I mean, I guess you can say that those have different varieties. But you have all these different things you can unlock. So like one of the really good ones is conveyor walls. I really like because it makes it easy to line up tubes. You have like structure and all that. You can customize, like, paint your foundations. You get like your little cart and your boom box of different cassette tapes and all that. You can get your coffee cup. Oh, and you can just straight up buy explosives. That's kind of cool. You can buy materials. So if there's a material you want, you just don't want to deal with it, you can buy that. But you have a lot of stuff like this that you can unlock that just becomes available forever. So none of it's like super critical, but it's all nice to have stuff. All right, so here we have our different choices of things I can do from that. You want explosives? Yeah, we did explosives last time. All right. So if I close this menu, I lose, like, I have to, like, redo the research. Like, I don't lose the hard drive, I have to redo it. I know I don't care about this right now, and I don't really care about this. So I'm going to go with the motor, even though that might be a waste. Just because, for the time being, I don't think it'll be, a bad thing regardless. Yeah, so it's all waiting on the mycelium. That's waiting for me to have enough of the various plants. We have to find a purple slug for that one. A pulse novelist, which is the explosive. Man, you need 100 explosives for that. Scannable object hard drive. So that's something we definitely want. Because we can scannable object hard drive, it lets me find the records to get hard drive much faster. I don't remember what the radio technology does. Or radar technology. I remember that being useful, though. So we definitely need to get hard drive, or the motor production going. So let's see if we can't figure out what some of these things require. So you need... Oh, that's not good. Reinforced plates. I'm pretty sure by our quartz we don't have iron available at all. So we'll have to ship that. And the motor... Okay, because this we get where our steel is, and the rotors are elsewhere, so that's something else I'm going to have to ship one to the other. So that's lovely. Alright, so that's... None of that's my favorite. I wonder if it... So it doesn't show my different recipes here. Interesting. That said, let's go here real fast and say... There you go, there you go. Because I'm trying to get that filled up. So I do have a bunch of materials. I have too much of stuff that I don't need. Alright. So, let's check our power. So, our power, we have 100 megawatts worth of capacity that's to spare. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the quartz for now to at least get some of that stuff being made. And I fully expect I'm going to get the bad news over here that if we choose to show iron, we'll have iron up that hill where my base is. I'm using that iron out there. It's pretty much what I thought. Right. So the issue there is basically I'm going to end up needing to use the iron at my main base if I'm going to realistically do this over here, which is not that big a deal because we have been kind of taking the stuff we're making at the base and moving it elsewhere. But I'm just not enthused with... No, that's fine. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can go production. Right now we'll just do the Mark 1. I would like the box. It's fine. Alright. Honestly, why is it not letting me grab those crates? It's fine. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and set up repair miner 1s. And let's see, where's a good spot for this? Let's actually switch to thicker foundations. Oh, you know what we could do? Alright. I'm not going to be able to make it line up with that. I was like, oh, I could just line up with that. It's fine. Alright, so we're going to end up doing... We got a big dip here. I don't care about that. It doesn't look like there's any more ore or anything here that I'm worried about. Let's go up the hill a little ways. Alright, before we get too far with that, I'm gonna want to clean up some of this brush. Because my thought is every one of these things is an object in my world that has to load. So my hope is, over time, as we delete this stuff out of the world, the performance will improve. This is not what I want. A single unit of steel, we'll get that out of here. Yeah, so it's... Basically, I need to stop carrying as much as I'm carrying. Is the real answer to my problem right now, is I'm being way too greedy on what I'm carrying, and it's making it a huge nuisance. Alright. Greed. Yep. Absolutely. It's a greed of not wanting to put any of this down. It's one of the reasons why every time the game is like, this research gives you an extra inventory slot. The answer is yes, now please. Yes, that's the one right there. Give me that one. But it comes with nothing else. Doesn't matter. Inventory slots. Yes, please, now. Alright, what's eventually going to happen is I'm going to put ramps on here. But for the moment, I'm looking to effectively make a platform down here for doing all my quartz-related stuff. It's probably a good spot to put the ramp. Okay, so we'll start out with this as a platform. If I have to expand, I have to expand. That's fine. Alright. Didn't even clear out a single spot of my inventory because I kept filling it up with this. Okay, so I'm suddenly realizing a horrific mistake I've made here. These got to get up here somehow. Nevertheless, I don't believe it goes into a foundry. I believe it goes into a constructor. Let's go ahead and plan for 2 constructors, maybe. Oh, that worked out okay. Let's hope we can do the same with this side. That is acceptable. Okay, so we can go here to the merger block, and I'll plan for the merger block to put everything out that way for the moment. Alright. None of that is lined up well. It's all going to be deeply upsetting, so you're really going to not want to look at it directly. That's not what I want. That'll do for now. This will end up needing to be rearranged. Right now, it'll pass. Don't do it, Strider. You'll be the only one who hurts for it. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot I had the alternate screw. Recipe not. It's also interesting. Oh, we can make the color cartridges finally, so I can start getting rid of some of this, some of these pedals. Jared does what he wants. Hey, I mean, you're the only one who loses here. Alright, so that's the quartz crystals. And that's the silica. Alright, we need to go back up here real fast to go grab ourselves some more plates. And to ditch a bunch of this biomass. As well as make a constructor with 2 containers. One for the finished dye and one for the petals. The place I have been going to... There it is. I was like, somewhere here I have a cable that goes up there. So the place I have been going to get my steel plates, I've been going up here for it. Because I believe this box here usually has an abundance of steel plates. Alright. So wood goes in this one. And grass in that one. And go down here and go constructor. Container. Container. And we go to you. Color cartridges. Which would be good, because I have a lot of pedals that need to be dealt with. First of all, delete those quartz. Is there anything I need to put in here? Probably not. All right. Now, I don't know how much I want those, but, you know, it's something I can process. Worst case, I could feed it into the ticket machine. Yeah, I'm going to try and get more explosive setup as well. That was, oh, right, that was the thing we're actually, like, the next thing we're going to do at the end of last stream when we did this, is I was just trying to set up the explosives. Like, we didn't actually start the process, but we identified a place I could do it and everything. Because I definitely want the explosives going. Meanwhile, I can grab the silica. So what all do I need for... 4 fruit, 2 of those, 2 bacon, 10 nuts. So I've got the nuts. I don't have quite enough fruit unless I have some in here, which I do. Actually, I think I have enough of everything we need. Alright. That's cool. Get on my inventory for now. Okay. Yay, we finished all our nutrient stuff. That means you can all go in this box and be forgotten forever. As is the way. Alright. So I don't really care about anything else in this box for the time being. I'm gonna need more steel plates. Let's go ahead and restock in the steel plates again. I have more inventory space for it. There, go ahead. This is the way, yep. But then we'll go back down and get back to getting our quartz set up. One of these days I'm going to do that jump, and I'm just going to launch myself off the platform and not catch myself in time. And it'll feel bad. And meanwhile, just because I don't know I'm going to need over here, I do find I like to drop craft benches at anywhere I end up building stuff at any frequency. Because then I can look in here and go, okay, what is the thing we make? So I've got the quartz, I got the silica. The AI limiter doesn't require anything here. Alright, so there's nothing that comes from that we care about at the moment. So let's go here to the constructor to see what recipes we have. If there's anything we care about here. So we don't care about that. There's nothing here that I need the quartz for. So it'll be under the assembler. Okay. In fact, I have nothing right here to make with it at the moment. What do I need to make an oscillator? No, I'm betting I need... So, crystal oscillator. And craft in my inventory. What is the first block here? Quartz crystals. Right. Yeah, and I obviously didn't need both of these going. Like, they're just totally keeping pace. We'll definitely need to increase the output, but at least this is making some at all now. We definitely will need thing. So I'm guessing the problem with this is only 2 spots, so I cannot make the oscillator. And I don't have one that can do 3 spots yet. That's fine. I'll let that churn. Let's check our map. Yes, that's where modular frames are. It's pretty annoying that it won't let me pick those up. I can't delete them. That's fine. Alright. So we'll go ahead and go here and say new mark. Right there. Quartz production. And we can go to stamp this, select image, color, go for something in the vaguely pink area. It's good enough. Apply. So that's our quartz production. So this is the coal we're actually using for our power plants. The power plants are down here, which I should probably mark that. Actually, I'll make sure we're like actually on them versus in the general area. And if I'm remembering correctly, there's somewhere over here that I had coal and sulfur. There's the sulfur. Wait, what is this? Oh, I can change the colors. I didn't realize. That's fine. Cool. Alright. Why am I blanking on the button I do this with? Why am I blanking on how I do this? Oh. I hit the... Actually, I switched my keyboard left. So we want to find sulfur. Because we got sulfur down there. And down here. I want to say it was down here. We had some coal in that area. That I was going to have to like ship it a little bit. Because I want to have coal down here somewhere. Ah, that's right. I had the sulfur here and I had a whole bunch of coal down there. Right. Right. That's the right direction? Yes, it is. Okay. So we get to run across the map to this coal node to set it up. We also need to set up the sulfur node. Let's actually go to the sulfur nodes first. Nope, hey, poison. Could you not? Okay. What? Oh, it's the mushrooms. Okay, so they're like right here. All right. So logistics. I don't learn my lesson. Inventory's still full. We're not planning on setting up the whole production here. I'm just adding a couple of storage crates for the time being. Oh, wait, what? Don't do that. Okay, and we'll run this up the hill. I don't need to go the same way that the quartz is when I got a straight shot that I can plainly see the space elevators right here. Alright. Tiny bit of radiation over there somewhere. That's fine. All right. Yeah, it's one single piece of uranium down there. Okay. So that gives us our sulfur. And right now I'm just hucking into storage boxes. Let's check on our power, see if I've exceeded what we can handle. Nope, we're still okay. Alright. Yeah, it's looking like our nearest coal is this over here, which is not exciting. That it is. Okay. So I'm going to start by securing the coal. And then we'll run this back. I don't know why there's a dead animal there. Oh, right. This place. Does this stun them? It does. Oh, but not for long. Well, it's one dead. Okay, so I heard a slug over here. I see. I had to bring explosives and blow that spot. That's fine. Okay. It's nice when you're way stronger than before and can kill stuff in a couple of hits. And that you reliably stun them before they get on top of you and cause absolute mayhem. Oh, come on. Okay, that was entirely unnecessary. We'll just get rid of the mushrooms for now. The good news is it looks like I've already got a power line going into this area. Okay, so this is where we're going. Oh, there's a shipwreck over there. I think this may have been the one I saw earlier. Okay. Yes, I've already been to this one. I think I saw it from my power line when I was going across all these times. Alright. So we want to get over to this coal. This will be the first time I'm going to be shipping stuff. Where? Where? That's just not spooking me out a whole lot. Where it's like, you're being threatened, and you're like, what now? Oh, it's this coal. This is fine. I'm not worried about hooking up all of this coal. Probably the 2 for now? No. That's fine. One's good. Alright. So we're going... Okay. Just slightly off right from the space elevator. It's time to burn a lot of plates. Like I said, later on I'll definitely want to use some other means of getting this across. But I don't have other means right now, so this is the means we're using. Actually, let's go down. Ow, stop it. Alright, we'll go over. Alright, change of plan. That's pretty steep up there. Hey, you. And how did that make you feel? Did it... Ow, stop it. Ow, stop it. Just gonna give that health couple seconds here to sort itself out. There's any nuts or anything over here. There we go. So I hadn't planned on the coal being brought all the way over here, but it's here now. That's a fun slide in the making. Something like that. And just like that, our inventory is full of plants again. Alright, okay. So I believe this takes a constructor... No. What does this take to make? Is it assembler? Yes. We need 2 assemblers. We need to make room for this. So assembler 1 goes here. Let's actually make a crafting thing here real fast before we do that. So I'm gonna remind myself what the heck I need to make explosives. So let's see. The gunpowder is here somewhere. Where are you hiding? I guess it has to go through an assembler. Alright, that's fine. We'll just do the assembler way. I think we put 1 here. I pipe both the stuff in. So, oh, you require steel as well? Look, we'll make the black powder here. Gotta change my entire plan for that. Alright. So put the assembler over here. We got a bit more room. I'm gonna back it way up here. Because ultimately I'm gonna go like this. And we'll put the merger here. Alright, and black powder. So the downside is, I'm going to have to get this to where my steel is to make the explosives. So this is all fine, but if we're looking where we're at, so steel is being produced over here. We'll go here and do this. Select icon, do the factory. Set color, we'll go for red. Gun. Powder. Production. Apply. Alright. So that's the issue I've got going on now is I've got modular frames down here, I've got steel over there. I don't even remember what this iron over here is about. We've got uranium. So I've got a bunch of just, like, scattered things that I could build a belt that goes from here straight to the steel and make the explosives there. And I think short term I might even do that. I'm not excited about it, because that's a heckin' hike. Yeah, so if I were to tag iron... Actually, I don't need to do that. I believe I can go here and say yes. Highlight marker. Alright, well... This is what we're doing now. We're just going spaghetti. And then later on, I'll probably have trains and other stuff to deal with this. What is that rumbling? This is where things are going to start getting deeply upsetting, by the way. Long term, what'll likely happen is instead of spaghetting this the whole way over... Oh, I don't have enough. Oh, hi. Oh, hey. Hey, now. Alright. Why is there a big one up there? Oh, that is the path I want to go. Alright. But he's such a skilled swordsman, he skins it on the killing blow? Absolutely. Because clearly this has a sharp edge to it and isn't just like a bunch of slotted aluminum with electric charge being introduced to it somehow. Okay, so there's the steel production. Alright. Let's run over here. We've got the tubes going on. I'm pretty sure... Do I not have any? I thought I had a stack of these. So I guess I'll grab a stack of those. Complete that stack. Okay, so we actually do have all I need to finish that one if I clear up enough space for it. Hey, game, you know what's going to happen here? Goodbye, pedals. And I'll take a stack of you. And top up that. Alright, let's get back to base. We can drop off the stuff to get hyper tubes being constructed, because that'll be nice. And I'm debating here with making that gunpowder, that what I'm debating doing is instead of shipping it all the way back to steel, choosing a platform somewhere in between the two of them, and then setting up the explosives production to be there, just so I'm not crowding my steel production and, you know, just giving myself room to grow. I also can see potentially setting up like a travel hub that ultimately will build the hyper tools, to, like the hyper tubes, to travel along and just, you know, drop you wherever you're needed. Ah, the familiar yellow haze of my factory feels like home.
Milestone reached. Fixit Incorporated has processed and incorporated frequent Pioneer requests for pipe-based personal transport. Introducing Hypertubes. Safe, aesthetic, adaptable, fun. Enjoy a view of your hard work as you soar through incredibly tight turns. Build them today. Note: Fixit Incorporated is not responsible for any harm caused by irresponsible use of this product.
Okay. And we're getting to the point that this is backed up because I'm not using it. I did switch at one point from producing coal to other stuff. Did I get those backwards? Is that why? Because we should... Let us check things. Maybe I put the wrong resource in at some point and it screwed everything up. Okay, so you're empty. You convert leaves. There's your problem. Right there, that's your problem. Alright, so you need to be switched over to wood. And you need to be switched over to leaves. And it's all better now. Just put them in the wrong boxes. Alright, is there anything else I shouldn't be carrying with me? I do have a bunch of random materials, which is a problem, and I keep neglecting to resolve that problem. And I shall continue to keep neglecting to resolve that problem. Alright. Oh, please, 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 please. Okay. Don't miss your jumps, chat. It gets real scary real fast. Ah, so I can craft these on the bench manually if I wanted to. I don't want to, but if I did want to, I could do that. I was mostly just checking to see if there's anything here. Alright, so for the hypertubes, so it's copper and steel, steel, reinforced steel, and rotors. Just that's cheap. Okay, so it's the hypertube itself and the entrance are the only thing with a real cost. The entrances have high cost, and then the tubes have pretty respectable cost. Okay, so what we're gonna ultimately want to do is at some point make a travel hub, as it were. So wherever I need to go to get materials, I can just hop in the local hypertube and pop right over. So the good news is the copper tube and the steel tube we're in real good shape with. It's the reinforced steel or package steel, whatever it's called. That's the one that we're kind of hurting on. Yeah, so you could see setting up, like, again, a travel hub that, you know, it would just be a building we could go to that would then have routes to whatever our important place in the map. So, like, the power area, the steel production, the modular, whatever. It's going to be incredibly wasteful on our resources, and that's A-okay. Meanwhile, if I can remember, I believe, if we look at our map, yeah, it's over this way is the way I was working on that conveyor belt to bring it out. Is this a flat area up here? Would this be a good spot for me to do our explosive production? I mean, it certainly could be worse. I'm down to use this spot. And just to make it so we can actually get onto this thing. Oh. I keep just about jumping to my death. Well, jumping to a lot of damage. Alright, that should do. Doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, so this will be where we actually make our explosives for now. If I remember correctly, that is going to require an assembler, which will just plan for us to walk along here. Put the assembler right there. And maybe later on I will, I'll have need for, more. For the time being, I'm just going to focus on getting the one up and running. It'll get that going. Hey, Gunpowder, thank you for waiting. Okay. This is all the reason I grabbed the absurd amount of steel plates, as I knew I was going to burn a lot. Alright. Okay, so there's where the tubes are going. And we already have a splitter conveniently located right here, which is perfect. All right. And there comes the steel tubes. We will need to get power over here, which should be nice and easy. We've got lines everywhere for that. We'll also add a redundancy to this power line, so I'm going to run it the other way too. I don't particularly see a reason not to do that. Okay. The steel pipe's coming, so that should all be good. Because that way if I go and I start rerouting power later, I don't accidentally turn off half my factory because I'm like, oh, I'm done with the steel production. Let me just move it over here. Okay. Alright, so there. Our power is redundantly wired. And we have explosives being produced. So another thing on the factory setup, so it should keep us going. All right. Okay, so still making its way over. All right, so let's go here. Select icon. Explosives production. All right. And how is our power looking now? It's getting pretty close. We're only not even 50 power from our max, so we should expand our power. The big issue we have for expanding our power right now is I pretty much tapped that coal line for everything it's worth. So I'm going to be setting up more power. I'm going to have to get the coal shipped out from someplace else to it, which shouldn't be too bad. I want to say there's coal over that area somewhere. Alright, well, I guess there's no rush. The steel's making its way. Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna save that one for steel production. These two we can ship out to power. We'll start with this one. I'm gonna need an equipment thing. Make ourselves some portable drills. What do I need to make the Mark II? I have what I need to make 2 Mark IIs. I just have to make the mining drills. Alright. We'll start real fast by going here, converting the power slug into that. Yeah, because there's way more coal here than I can reasonably use for steel. Even if I wanted to. Because I have just the one nearby iron node, so I have to ship stuff somewhere. That's fine. What'll more than likely happen is that when I get to having to massively upscale my steel production, I will more than likely be on to other power sources by then. Alright. And our power is right over there. So I think we leave what we've got right here alone. Like, we just don't even touch that. Instead, I go over here, grab foundations. What I'm going to do is making enough room for more of the water extractors on this side. Actually, do I even need that space? I don't even need as much space as I was giving them. I think that'll be enough. That should be enough. Okay, probably have to go one more wider this way. And one more. Okay. So before we get too caught up in all this over here, let's try and get this all lined up. So we'll do go power, coal generator, we'll start with the 3 there. So I'm going to want to route the coal around here. And this time, unlike the other times where I was using the tier 1 belts, we're just jumping right to tier 3. I know I'm going to need tier 3 from it, so let's just do it. Are you... You're a normal node? You're a normal node. Alright, so I think for the moment what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a merger here. I probably need a second line going out there once I start throwing slugs and all that in there. But for the moment, we're just going to do without. That's in the wrong spot. Yeah, those are all centered. Did I put the wrong thing here? That's a merger. That explains one mystery. Helps you put the right thing in the right place. It's like, why is this being so weird about this? Alright, so that handles that. It's a production, water extractor. Okay, so got that going. You're not quite lined up right. Okay, so this is going pretty well so far. We'll drop this over here. You can add multiple routes that this power cable can go. Again, just for redundancy, for when I go to move wires around and all that, or rebuild stuff, that it's less likely I'll accidentally shut down a huge chunk of my factory unknowingly. Okay. So none of you have power yet. So you put out 120 per minute. I believe you require 50 per minute? Yep. So you're gonna need a power slug. That should be 3 more coal plants coming online here in just a moment. Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, no, they're all wired in. You're all hooked up. Okay, it's the water trying to catch up. Right now, it's this machine is getting all the water, and until it fills, it's gonna struggle. But as we're watching it come online, we were actually at the point we were just going to exceed our power capacity. Looks like our capacity is now up to 1,050 once all these come up. Yeah, looks like we're at 1,050 power. We got 200 more units of power as wiggle room, so that's good. Okay. So we've expanded our power, we've got explosives hooked up, we've got quartz going now. We need to go back to our main base and set the next thing. And we need to start getting ready for phase 2. Completing the phase 2 stuff, because that takes a little while to run, so I need to get that started. We also should start working on getting the hyper tubes online so I don't have to do this forever and ever. Just being a little cautious about starting that, just because once I do, that's going to mean I'm going to be chewing up a lot of steel for the tubes to make the hyper tubes to go everywhere. Like, a lot of steel. And to be fair, we're also going to be chewing up a lot of steel in that for those complete phase 2 things, if I remember correctly. Okay. Yeah, so I should have already started the phase 2 stuff. Okay. Build gun upgrade blueprints. Yeah, so that's the blueprint stuff. I'm not really worried too much about that right now at all. It's something we will want to do, but it's not important for the moment. Okay, so what we do need to figure out is what all I need to do to make these parts and then get them into the space elevator. And I'm not too worried about how long that's going to take, because there's going to be plenty of other things I need to expand on production and all that anyways. That having that take a little while isn't too big of a delay. So if we were to go here, and let's just pretend for a moment I'm going to put it there. The on-made wiring, that one's not bad. I got to ship in those not rotors, whatever that thing is called, and then cable I've got right here. This one kind of sucks. This one sucks a lot, actually. And the reason it sucks is my modular frames are a very long away from our steel, which is also a very long way away from here. So that sucks. Like, this one's not bad, so I'm gonna have 2 tracks. Alright, I gotta make decisions. I think we'll do the versatile frame first. And so I think my plan for that is my modular frames are made here. My steel is up here. So I'm going to probably make a track for our modular frames to come all the way up into this area somewhere, and our steel to come down here. Or I could just literally have it go along our steel somewhere around here, make the things, and then ship them all the way to the space elevator. I'm not a fan of it, but I think it's what we got. And then for the other one is I would make... Well, actually, we'll see if there's copper anywhere nearby here. I don't think there was. I think we checked that before, that there was no copper anywhere near steel production. Because we have copper near steel production, then I should be able to make the cable right there by the steel, and then make the product and just ship the end product the whole way across. Because I'm not loving the idea of all these conveyor belts crossing the entire map everywhere. Gonna be some serious spaghetti. When we unlock trains, it'll be a lot easier, because then I'll probably take a bunch of these conveyor belt runs and just get rid of them. Meanwhile... Oh, that's what I wanted to see. Got a pocket full of explosives now. We'll just go ahead and put you on here instead. Alright, so there's the steel production. So let's run down here and see if we have any extra copper or iron right here. Oh, right, we are already doing copper. What was I even doing the copper for? What was I making with the copper? I was making something. Oh, you. What was copper used for again? We're making copper wire that we're shipping into this machine. Ah, okay. Okay. That might actually be helpful. Okay, well, there's possibilities for this. We'll do a constructor to make a second one of these. I'm kind of regretting not having taken the time to... Oh, you're turned the wrong way entirely. I'm kind of regretting not taking the time to have set up foundations here. What do you do in this game? Basically, you land on a planet, and you're exploiting it for resources, and you're making a bigger and bigger factory. Is kind of the gist of the game. Eventually they'll have like a more long-term story, but the current version of the game, they just have like the different tiers of tech that you work through. But it's an automation game where you just make a bigger and bigger and more ridiculous factory. Okay, so that helps with that. So am I using up the capacity? Yeah, so I am using up the capacity of the iron. And I believe I need the iron to make cable. Oh, there's... Ah, man, literally the next nearest iron other than the node we're already using is back at my main base. Alright, well that changes things. Okay, we can make this work anyways. So, I'm gonna put a merger here. This is fine. We'll just speed up the production of this stuff. Alright, so it's going to try and do the thing with the cable over here. We know a good place where I can get a whole lot of copper to start setting up my electronics production. That's not instilling confidence. I mean, honestly, where our main base is probably the best we've got for copper. I've got the 2 nodes right there. So, it's looking like I'm going to be shipping one of the steel components over there. Yeah, we'll just... The one that requires... You remember which one it is. Yes, the automated wiring. We're gonna ship over there. I did not leave myself enough room to put in a splitter, which I'll need to correct. We'll drop that, grab one whole stack just in case I need any. Put in the splitter. Okay, so that is going over towards the space elevator. Let's just start it. Yep. We're going to be having conveyors getting all across the map. Mostly because I don't have access to trains yet. Well, that's interesting. Alright, what do we got in here? Do we have a bad time? Ooh, purple slug. And that'd be our first purple slug. Yeah, so it's a well-hidden cave. But the only reason we noticed it is because I happened to be taking the conveyor belt so close to it that I could see the mushrooms inside. And those ones can even be rough when you're looking for them with the thing that like lets you see where they're at as far as like general area. Just because like, okay, I realize it's below me, but how the heck do I get in kind of thing. Alright, meanwhile... anytime you see rocks you can blow up, you might as well blow them up. Sometimes they'll hide caves, sometimes they'll hide... you know, things you actually want, like slugs or whatever. They'll sometimes cover ore. Lots of different things. And it should just disappear on its own after a couple seconds. And sometimes it'll just be a ditch in the ground that you don't really care about. But, considering I'm mass-producing explosives now, I don't really care. Yep. There's our uranium. Oh, I'm out of iron plates. Okay, we can go ahead and get those. Alright. So we can go ahead and drop off stuff here. So we got bits of enemy. There should be some of the run guys. That's fine. Alright, we can go over to the MAM, go to power slugs, and there's the purple ones. So I finished all research related to slugs. Oh, we make 100 gunpowder. That's an extra hand equipment slot. We're definitely gonna grab that. What are you missing for this? The better electronics, which requires plastic, which I believe requires oil, which I believe is the next tech stack. Alright. So if I'm not mistaken, we have cable... Was it here? That's wire. Okay, so here's cable. So I need another splitter. And the good news is after a while, these, like, frames and all that we're making, I don't need them anymore. So then I can tear out the sloppier stuff and do that. Oh, I left this thing here. I totally forgot about that. So it is you. So got that one. Okay. So go ahead and run up here. Okay. Nice attempt. Alright. So we need to wire this to bypass that pole. Because that pole's about to go. Because it's just really in the way now. Okay. So I bypass that pole entirely. Okay, so we've got all that hooked up. We have our first cable coming from here. Let's make sure all that's set up. Okay, so it's going to be horrifically inefficient, but should technically work. So let's run down to where the steel production is. Okay, cool. So that's all wired up. So it is technically going to be making those control circuits. It is going to be like horrifically inefficient. But technically accomplishing the task. Meanwhile, we saw for, was it like 100 gunpowder? Grab the full stack of gunpowder there. We could go to the MAM and get some research done. And then I need to get the modular frame, and I believe it was the steel bars? Get those together to make the other thing I need. To send it to the hub. Alright. I imagine there's people who probably go almost the entire ground and then just make these platforms to, like, as close as they can, cover the ground. Alright, so we're looking for the MAM. I'm probably going to need to up the production for the cable. But that'll be there's more copper over there. We'll expand that. Like I said, generally with these, the first thing I do is I get it hooked up at all, and then I start doing what I have to do to make it better. None of these are MAM. This is the MAM. Alright, so this was sulfur? Yes. It's in our equipment slot. Oh, you can... Okay, so I can take 25 sulfur and a bunch of rotors to get another one. So I need sulfur and rotors. Easy peasy. So let's go over to where steel production is. Because, actually, we'll go this way. Because I should have... If I follow the steel path back, that'll take me past where we make our explosives. The explosives do pull sulfur, so I can go there. So I can grab that 25 sulfur. And then if we go all the way to where our rotors are, I should have way more than enough. Your limestone? Yeah, I don't need limestone. Yeah, so there's the gunpowder. The sulfur comes from the gunpowder. Okay. You want nades give? I mean, it's literally explosives. They're not technically grenades. They're more like something along the way of like C4 or something. Alright, I grabbed a stack of sulfur. Okay. Bunch of radiation over there. That's an awful place. It's okay. We just really wanted to make sure we got all the bacteria off of us, so we just blasted ourselves with like really heavy amounts of radiation. It's fine. There'll be no long-term repercussions from that. Strider wants chaos. It happens. Alright. Let's check, not that one. Let's check if I were to put this here. So you need the modular frame and this, just the straight up like steel bars kind of thing. Hey Mage, how's it going? So that's the steel bars there. And that's already a splitter. So that works out. I think we bring the modular frames here. So then I can go. It'll be one of those things that we ship them like the whole way across the map, which will be awful, but it'll work. Now the painful part, the real painful part. Getting a line, all the... Wait, you just got home? Gotcha. I think I know how I want to do this. Well, I do hope you have a chance to relax and all that. So I'm trying to do Russian chairs explosives. There. It was like trying to put in a way I didn't want it. Because I'm just trying to run this belt across the top of this in such a way that it won't be a pain in the butt later. Okay. Alright, before we go any farther, let's see what's in the cave. Oh, the cave is a death cave. Actually, wait, I can go through there now. Because you, my friend, are about to have a shortened lifespan.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts. Comply.
I like the way it speaks directly into my brain.
Picking up multiple Fixit personnel in the area. Harvest before it's too late.
They're these big, like, they look like termite nests, but they put out poison gas.
Harvest. Relaying message. Hello, this is Paternal Figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Alright, I'm gonna quick grab myself a new drink so we can listen to the voices in our head for just a minute. I'll be right back.
Comply. You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact. Harvest. Relaying message. Message. Hello, this is Paternal Figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Oh no, not Paternal Figure. Very clearly I must grab the artifact. Who? We can save Paternal Figure. Very important. So let me check.
I don't know what it's like to be married to someone so handsome.
The relic was speaking into my brain, saying, "Oh no, it is I, Paternal Figure. I have taken ill, and only claiming the alien artifacts can help."
Look at his skinny, look. Whoa.
Oh, because you have the green blanket.
Okay. Okay. Is my blinky? Something else not really.
Officially a horror streamer now.
Yeah. Rual won't share his explosives. Why not?
I mean, mostly because I'm in the game by myself, so there's no one to share with. Hey. Here, I'll share.
Animal.
I'll share them.
Yeah, sharing is caring.
Wait for it.
Explosives. Yay, sharing.
I shared my explosives.
Yay, share. Good job, puppy.
See, it had such a good time it decided to take a nap.
Yeah.
Awkwardly on its back.
Yeah, it looks comfy. Sharing. Good job, puppy. You're so caring.
How's my inventory looking? Very full. But, oh, right. Oh, right, I got another slot. That's right. Because these give me, was it mycelium? No, those are actually giving me just woods and petals and crap. I thought the cactus, there was something in this area that was a source of getting the mushroom stuff that was unexpected. So remember that, and I thought it was the cactus. It probably was back in the day and it changed. For the record, those relics are absolutely useless. Later on, there's supposed to be something important to the story, but we don't know in what way, how, or ever. They have not shared that information. Oh. Yeah, Samor. Samor is not actually used for anything, last I heard. I could be wrong. It may actually have use now. Okay, we're almost there. There's our conveyor belt that goes... That's iron. Yep, and that'll be my modular frame place. I cannot afford that. Well, that's inconvenient. There's a good chance. I can't remember what all we have here. Do I have plates here? I don't think I do. I do have plates, but not a surplus. They're being consumed as fast as I'm making them. Right, because this is producing both the reinforced plates And the modular frames. Let's see if we can't get a belt up to where those modular frames are. I'm gonna probably have to run back to the other place and just wire up the next section. Where is it? Was it right here? Yeah, there you are. So what did I need for my research to go with the sulfur? I needed something and sulfur. Was it just... I think it might have just been more modular frames. Which is easy because I'm standing right here next to my modular frames. Yes, that belt's already at full production speed, so the only way I'm getting more through this thing is to exploit another one of these. Hey, Foxmouse, how's it going? That's fine for right now. Because a lot of this will end up slowing down in the midterm. In the long term, it'll speed up. Okay, so let's get 2 more stacks of that. Hashtag. Yep. Everything could happen. Alright, give me 1 second and I will get that set. I'm just gonna run it. Okay. I'm trying to remember what we had down here on the end. Because if I can get some plates, we can finish wiring up this end of it. I won't have to come back here for a long time. Alright. Go stretch. I'll get that stretch right when I get over here to this factory. I already got this one, right? I did. Or did... I don't really care that much. Okay. Hope everyone's having a lovely time zone. Look at Satisfactory. Satisfactory's going pretty good. Been a pretty quiet night. Ah, rotors. Was it rotors? Maybe I needed rotors. I'm gonna assume it's one of these 2 things. And I'm not gonna have plates for my rotors because it's just gonna be screws and rods. That's fine. So we're going back to the space elevator, which is going to be a heckin' hike. And that's just what I'm going to have to deal with. Well, actually, you know what? I could probably actually get around this. You know what I can do? I can take some of the belts that we really don't need to be higher level and just upgrade them to tier 2, eating up some of my reinforced plates, but giving me back just the regular ones. And that might save me a run. Your allergy is terrible, otherwise you're fine. Well, I'm sorry, your allergy is terrible. I said I was going to stretch when I went over there, so let me go ahead and get that stretch out of the way. Okay, I do see that we are finally starting to get our, the circuits that we only need 100 of made. Alright. The big one's going to be the steel. I'm going to have to expand my steel many, many times over. It is going to be like a reoccurring problem. I remember that was the thing I ran into the last time I played this. Was no matter how much steel I was producing, it would be about 5 seconds later, and it need to be producing like twice as much. Oh, smoke from wildfires? That's no fun. It's been a while since we've had that problem around here, but we used to have lots of, they would do controlled burns to keep from getting way out of hand. But even with the controlled burns, like, when those are on, everyone was having, like, sinus problems and all sorts of stuff. These already all Mark IIs? Or higher? Those are already Mark IIIs. No, they're not. We can make it better. Well, in Skyrim is the nap time, then murder time. It happens. Oh. Okay. So the plan for me was supposed to be... Got a black hand note. Yeah, I remember there was the, different factions, let's see. Yeah, it's all fine. Let's deal with that real fast. I was like, why am I not getting my metal plates? My inventory was full. They've got crates everywhere. Let's see, you're currently playing The Sims, have a Sims friend with horrible music playing at the festival. The sound person playing the guitar was making them so tense. Yeah. That they're just like, don't quit your day job. It'd be a mistake to quit your day job. Hey, I demand you not stand inside my base, please. I don't mind you being here, but I need you to obey the laws of physics. Alright, so how many plates do they even get? Probably not many. And I think, again, I'm going to go right for the tier 2 here just to save the plates. Even though it's a total waste because it's going to be a tier 2 belt feeding directly into a tier 1 belt. So any extra speed is going to be immediately thrown in the trash. Alright. Yeah, as I figured. Can reach up there. Let's see, so you just had another of them both join a group and move away from the musician. All better now. They're like, do you want to go someplace? I want to go someplace. Let's go someplace. I want to be supportive of my friend, but look. All right, so they are making modular frames now. Slowly. Hey, all right. So that should be the modular frames. You're gonna want a bit back of your save from Sims 4? Oh, is there like an update that's gonna potentially break saves or something going on? You drop a DLC on the 20th. I see. Gotcha. I'm not sure what I'm doing in The Sims 4. Like, I haven't played it the last couple days or so. Still very much enjoying, but just where that run's gone, it's kind of gotten into like a repetitive cycle. And so it's kind of been starting to be reflected in the viewership of it. So I definitely know Sims 4 is going to be coming back. It's one of those things like, okay, do I pause it for a little bit and maybe chart like a new challenge next time? I haven't quite decided what I'm doing with it, which is actually why I haven't been playing, is because I don't know what I want to do with it. Like, I'm not done with The Sims. I was figuring out where I'm going with it next. Yeah, no, either way I'm going to back up the save. I agree. Because it could even be that, like, whatever the new challenge is, maybe Bronson runs off on his own, and we do whatever the new challenge is. Like, it all depends on what I do. Like, it'd also be, depending on the challenge, I do something brand new. Alright, so now we've got this snaked all the way over here. This build to me is interesting in that it's so much more spread out than I did last time. Alright. So let's go back, because what's going to end up happening here is I'm going to end up wanting to take another conveyor belt along the side of this one all the way back to the space elevator. And then once we have enough of whatever the things are for the space elevator, then I'll sit there and turn around and have them all feed into the Fixit shop. Okay. Yeah, so more than likely what's going to be required to speed up the production of all these things is going to be, like, expanding our cable production, expanding that kind of stuff. Alright, drop you off. Oh, you're already full. Well, that's lovely. Oh, right, let's go here. Because it was under sulfur. No. Yes. So, compacted coal. Interesting. But I need a hard drive for that. Turbo fuel. I also need a hard drive for that. Fair enough. And all that's going to be things. An alien DNA capsule. All right. And meanwhile, we can go over here and just start dumping a bunch of stuff in here. So let's go boom, done, done, done. We'll run back over here and drop the rest of those in. Alright. So that's wire. There's a bunch of cable. So now it's just the steel, and then we have that done. Alright, we need the plates. That's the whole reason we're here. And that'll end up, as soon as we stop seeing the smart plate showing up, we were that. Okay, that's right. So I need to get up here to where these cables being shipped and run a new conveyor belt down from up here. Okay. I'm very displeased by this design. That's okay. So this one's going more to the right than the other one. Okay, so we're not seeing any modular frames having come through here yet. Did I miss a spot in the belt? Or is it just because they're trekking across the entire world, there's going to be a significant delay of them arriving? Because that'll be the biggest thing happening with these products, is just the commute times of these things. Which is an interesting problem, because it's one of those things that, yes, I could upgrade the belts to get them to get there faster, but it doesn't actually change the throughput. There's just like a buffer before it starts. Okay, yeah, so there's the very first frame. And it looks like there's a pretty okay cadence between them. Probably it's either on top of this or under this. Oh, I see. That's changing what mode we're in. Okay. All right. Stuff way over there in the mountain. Okay. There's a good chance it'll be way up high and I'll have to circle back for it. All right, inventory's doing fine. Hey, buddy. Hey, big guy. You gonna just stare at me? Should have not just stared at me. keep misjudging how far that is. Gotta speak to my brain? Speak to my brain. No? You don't speak to my brain, just the other one? Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's above me, above us. I'm just waiting to see the other parts get produced. Yeah, so it's still saying it's above us. Oh, that's right. There's a whole area way up here, isn't there? I think I remember like finding like this really dense jungle area. It's not over here, it's elsewhere on the island, but... Alright, yeah, so we gotta get up there. Ugly is a state of mind. Okay. Rip tree. Hey, 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 hey. Okay, there it is. Alright, cleared the path. I don't have need for this many slugs yet. But no matter how many slugs you get, you end up wanting more, so it's fine. No. I'll just... It's only slightly deeply upsetting. Okay. How what? I'm assuming it just clipped onto something that was partially visible. Could be another one back there that I can't see. Alright. Yeah, I clipped on like a rock base or a tree or something like that. Yeah, so I think there's one up top there. That's where I'm trying to find my way to. Wait for just a minute. Got a little bit of sulfur up here. Well, you mind your own business, and I'm okay with that. Where? Oh, there it is. Alright, sure, why not? So I'm wondering those are the ones I'm exploding. If once I've exploded them, that's just it. Interestingly, this way. Oh, you just fell over. You're not dead. Now you're dead. Ah, gold one in the middle. Alright. That's not pinging anymore. Take an extra second to... There you are. Startled me. Okay. Well, I did feel good about catching with the explosive, just like waiting for him to make his move and just pegging him from the side with it. But when he kept going, I was like, oh, okay. Not enough space. We can get rid of a little tiny bit of wood. Nope. Alright. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Ow. Oh, radiation. Okay. Weird. Sadly, I can't do anything about radiation, and running through is a real easy way to die. I did that the first time I played through, just try to run through and grab stuff. What is that thing? Okay. Okay, so clearly it's below us, because it can't be above us, there's nothing there. And there's nothing I can explode or anything like that. Let's see, did the scanner troll you yet and lead you to a barrel nuts instead of slugs? No, I haven't had that yet. One thing I did notice is the right click is now switching what we're looking at. Because it used to be, I think like left click would switch and then right click would turn it on and off. But yeah, so it just... It'd be pretty easy to accidentally choose the wrong one. Hey, big guy, you want to see a neat trick? I see your trick. Hey. Hey. Mind your business. Exploding it slightly too late. Yeah, it could be that, like... I mean, I believe that there could be easily a bug. I haven't experienced it myself. I am glad we set up... Oh. I'm out of booms. Alright, well, we're done doing that for a minute. So let's go drop off the ridiculous amount of slugs we found. Alright. Then we can stop by, grab the steel to fix the blueprints. I am noticing both of the phase 2 things are now populating. It looks like the thing I need 500 is populating much faster, but I started later kind of thing. Whereas the circuit seemed to be populating extremely slowly. There doesn't have to be water down there, does there? There is not. I'm walking around. I'm not doing this death-defying zipline at half health. Seems like a good way to fall to my death. Which, I mean, I'd be able to recover my stuff, most likely. It would still be aggravating to have to, you know, run out here to pick up, like, 8-9 slugs worth of materials. It's like a limestone patch over there. Cool. Because those power slugs, they let you put them into machines to make that machine run more efficiently. So far as time-wise, you use the same amount of materials and everything, it can just do it faster. So if you have a machine that's got the resource it needs to function, but it's bottlenecked, you can slap some slugs in it to help out a little bit. Alright, so let's see what we got here. So I got my slugs. I'm still at half health, please don't die. Yeah, okay. Make sure there's nothing I care about here. I don't have it, so it doesn't matter. It's actually interesting. Okay. So that one just requires some meals and a whole lot of cable. That requires the alien DNA stuff. Oh, so I still have to find an alien DNA capsule, which we haven't figured out how to do yet. Plastic we can't do yet. I need to make those circuit boards, which I'm not. These are the things I need to do, is go in and start expanding the criterium to do like the AI thing. Can you make it from alien protein? I'll have to check on it. Those require hard drives, that requires plastic. Okay, so I think we're good there. So let's first of all go here and say, yes, I would like a whole lot of power shards. See, all bug parts you picked up can be made into protein. All right. Making ourselves lots and lots of dinner. It's not like I'm ever going to run into a problem of not having enough enemies, so I'm not super worried about it. One thing I do need to do is get motor production going, but I believe I have to get rotors and one of the steel parts, the stators maybe? I believe I have to get those together. I remember it's just there's certain materials that are a pain to get. We need to get the crystal oscillators being produced. You think you have more than I ever need? Probably. I'm partially killing time while the complete phase 2 stuff is getting done. Go ahead and drop that. Let's grab that again, drop you in there, drop you in there. So not seeing where I get the DNA capsules. Because it's not on the crafting bench, at least that I'm noticing, or on the equipment bench. Let's go check over here. Let's see, a data capsule with organic chemicals into researching. Go the extra kilometer, knowledge is power. The power is efficient. 2 steps, depositing alien DNA capsules into the awesome sink. Produces knowledge and yada yada yada. Oh, meanwhile we can go here. We already have all that filled up. I just gotta grab the steel. So it's not there. Not there. That's fine. For right now, I'm just going to go ahead and drop the big stack. Oh, we already did drop stack. It's fine. You need to research it first? Yeah, I'm assuming it's a later thing of research because I don't have that as an option here. I don't have the hard drive, doesn't show up here in the criterion. So far we haven't seen it there. It could be that it requires the fabric. Use the protein to research it? Oh, is it one of those things that until I, like, eat the protein? Oh, no, that doesn't... Okay. Is it alien organisms? Yeah, so... Oh, that's right, because I took it out of my inventory. That's why. Never mind, I'm being dumb. It's fine. Alright. So I need a bunch of cable. And I need 5 protein and a bunch of nuts. Let's go ahead and get that going. I don't have enough of the nuts. It's fine. We can do that later. But I need a bunch of cable real fast, so we can go ahead and put you away. Another inventory slot? Probably. I also need to get the hyper tubes wired up. That might be something I work on during this phase while we're waiting for everything else to happen. Alright, so I need 5. If we get 500 steel, I get more inventory space. Yeah, so I need steel. And I need more of the nuts. Cool, that also helps because, was it here? No, it was under Caterium? Yeah. So Caterium could give us electric rebar to shoot at enemies. And there's another one of these here that also, yeah, so Quartz gave us shatter rebar. Both of which you can make. Okay, so the new toy we got here is a rebar gun. So we finally have a ranged weapon. And that just takes rods. Alright, well I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to let that produce a bunch of rebar. And I will be back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a moment. Okay. So I've increased our inventory space. I've got a whole bunch of rebar. So with that, let's, you know, honestly... Yep. Good old rebar gun. Alright, so... the quartz we can get, the shatter rebar. The cure term we can get stun rebar. Here how I need to make stun rebar, so let's just make it. Because whether or not I use it, it's researched, it's done. And then the quartz, I should have either 30 quartz in here. If not, I can go right down the hill and grab some. It's fine. I should have quartz right down here. I am noticing we already have 40 of the whatever it is, the structure things. I'll take a look at where the bottleneck is there and try and tweak it if necessary. Okay. And then the big one I might go out of my way for is I might go out of my way to get the thing that I could scan for hard drives, because that's going to be huge for us. The hard drives are just amazing. The things they enable. So quartz. Did I not? Oh, I grabbed it the wrong phase. I need to grab the crushed quartz. Not just the quartz itself. We got to go here. Actually, it's almost the perfect amount right there. So we'll check on our just plain old steel bars, because I have a couple things that if I get those would work out. Alright, anything I need direct sulfur for? Yes. But it also requires a hard drive. Those two both require hard drives, and the one I can't make yet, the other one it requires oil. Right now I'll toss the extra sulfur in there versus dragging around. Okay. Yeah, so that one I want, that's 500 steel. That'll be annoying. So I need to get the AI things producing. And I need to get the high-speed connectors producing, which I don't think I can. I think I require plastic. Yeah, sorry, I do require plastic, which means I need oil, so I don't need to worry about it. Yeah, so we make these two. I can only make these two. The power switch, which I don't care about, and the smart splitter. So I don't actually care about what I can do there right now. We get the 500 steel, that'll be good. I can't go past there. I need hard drives for that. Where was the thing for scanning? Was it Criterium? One of these had the thing where I could scan. Ah, here we are. Okay. So I needed 100 of the oscillator things and 100 of the 100 motors. So let's see what's required for those. Alien biomass protein. Okay. That's interesting. Has implications. So let's see here. Not seeing it. Okay, so the motor is a rotor and those things. Pain. And that one I couldn't do because it requires 3 different materials. I don't have what I need to make that happen. Alright. So I have to go to where we have our rotor production and either get it to the steel or vice versa. And deal with all that. And let's see how we're doing for power here. We're doing really good. Power's fine. Okay, so it looks like the steel beams is the bottleneck. I'm gonna grab a ridiculous amount here. Alright, so what can I do to improve the throughput of the steel beams? This machine is only running at 50% capacity, and you're only running at 50% capacity. So ultimately it boils down to I'm just not getting enough steel ingots through fast enough. And it looks like that is because this is not saturated as far as the belt goes. And none of these are running quite at maximum capacity. It looks like the iron's the bottleneck for those. Let's see what we can do to improve our iron production. Let's first see if it's already a tier 2 drill up here. Oh, I see one problem. Okay. So it seemed to be exactly holding pace now. So there was your problem. Had a have a couple of belts on this one. They're only tier 2. Yep. So there's just a couple belts that weren't up to speed, so it wasn't getting the full throughput. Okay. So you're not remotely keeping up, so more. We'll give it a moment to see if it plays catch up at all. Still not keeping up. More. We have doubled its production. Okay. So everything's building up now. I actually don't think I need it. It's fine. I got plenty of them. It could sit there like that. Alright, so that should help. Because that was running at like 50-something%. And that should put it up to 100%. So it should increase our ingot production. By increasing our ingot production, that should help the rest of the process. Because my goal is to kind of get this belt here to be basically saturated. Which it's close. Like, one more of these would probably saturate it. I don't think we can fit one more on there. Yeah, okay, so this one, the new problem this one's running into is it's not producing enough iron. Do the same thing here, that should saturate it. Alright, so I can't fit another refinery on that side. Alright. Okay, so we've got that sorted out. We can also just do this. Kick them all up one notch. Because that increases its productivity by like 25% or so. And how's that going? It's only the tiniest little gap in there. If I got one more of those online, it'd be a solid thing. But it may not be necessary with this much more throughput going through. Yeah, I think with that much throughput going through, this is ultimately going to climb to 100% when it gets there. It's like every cycle or so, it should go up by 1. No, it's actually going down. Alright, so you're being bottlenecked on the other side now. Okay. So now, hopefully, if we watch this, we should see that 67% slowly climb. Like every cycle or so, it should go up 1% or 2. Alright, so I think we're good now with that. Cool. And that should help make the second of the complete phase things on the list. The first is one of the rotor, or not rotors, the whack brain. This thing. So the stators are going at full speed. We've got them going there. So if we were to follow the stators up there, I'm 99% sure the stators are going to be the bottleneck. That said, both these things are producing at a pretty strong amount. Let's just really crank it up. You are running how fast you're getting those in. Okay, so that should be good for a long time if it does catch up. Okay. Alright, so producing way faster. It'll take them a while to actually get to where we see that production do a thing, because it unfortunately just has a long way to travel. So let's go find our rotors so we can get motors made. Because unfortunately, those motors also need stators, which is not really ideal. I also need to stop and restock my explosives at some point. That's not what I was trying to do. There's an arcade we haven't been to over here. Somebody say boom. I mean, eventually. Oh, we've already been in here. I believe our rotor production's over here. Because that's our frames, and I believe our rotor production's over there. Alright. And then maybe if we're still stuck waiting on things, we'll start putting our hyper tubes in. Which, I don't necessarily want to run them, like, directly along the power lines. And I'm debating whether I want to have, like, the hypertubes in a series where I can jump in one, it takes me to, you know, the next thing, and then I can jump in the next tube to go to the next thing, that kind of thing. Or if I just want to have, like, a central spot that all hypertubes go to, that I could then label and be like, where do you want to go? Here's the hypertube to get there. So that, in practice, what you do, you should hit the hypertube that's at wherever you're at, to, like, the transport hub, or whatever you want to call it. Alright, so there's rotors here. I don't like that you're back. I need to make sure I'm grabbing those barrel nuts. Okay, so all of this is set up to make rotors. And I once again did not leave myself enough space. I don't have any rods because I spent them all. That's not entirely unexpected. this song's so weird. It pops up every once in a while. It's like, everybody's like, what? I'm just doing it this way, that way I can still manage with my already full inventory. Alright, and now we go here to make a splitter. Alright, and once again, we are going to steel. So we go here. Alright, now we're not on something that we care about. Being organized and clean. We just run this across the desert. Okay. It's like there's a point where you start having to worry about infrastructure a lot more, not just like your power plants and like running a cable here and there, but like, okay, where am I going to put my hyper tubes? Where am I going to put my conveyor belts? Where am I going to put, you know, when you get trains involved, where am I going to put my trains so I don't have to run these awful conveyor belts everywhere? Because if I can remember, the train ends up being way... Alright. Okay. But it ends up being one of those things that, like, later on, trains are just, material-wise, I don't believe they're nearly as expensive compared to just running tier 3 conveyors. I believe the throughput's much higher, too. I know I shouldn't care about stuff clipping, and I won't always put the effort to avoid it if it's like going to be a huge hassle. But a lot of times I'll be like, no, I'm gonna adjust stuff to where we could put the conveyor on the high point just to make sure it doesn't clip on the train. And meanwhile, stuff that you run into, like... Oh, 1 second. You know, I haven't checked. Can this thing hit that? Does not appear to be so. I'm gonna go with that's a no. I'll have to remember to restock my explosives when we get Alright. Just like I want things to explode, just starts mashing the button aggressively on the detonator. Alright, so we're gonna have to go back over here where we got our explosives, grab a couple stacks of those. Grab a bunch of steel plate, or sorry, not steel plates, iron plates, bring those over. It's actually looking like at the rate these things are getting built, that the structure pieces might go faster than the controlled circuits. But you did just make a change to expand the production rate. Yeah. That's our day. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Alright. You have yourself a good day. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, we're just gonna cut across here towards the space elevator. Because I can drop off the steel bars for the research there, and the other steel bars for, I don't even, I think it was the extra, well, that's interesting. So I guess we're actually good on stators. Is that the bottleneck? What's the bottleneck here? Is it cable? Is it really I don't have cable being produced fast enough that that's the bottleneck? It is. Okay. So I need to up our cable production. Alright, I mean, that's actually not that bad. I have everything I need over here for doing that. I just have to physically do the work. Okay. This cable's produced right there. And it's running at an abysmal 25%. Because I have just one of those going. I can just throw a couple more things on there and have that back, you know, doing its job. Alright, so what do I need for all of this? So first, we have that. Alright, so that needs... Alright, so we need 5. Okay, and that one I don't have what I need being produced. Or do I believe I can produce it? And those need the AI thing, which I don't have being produced anywhere yet. Yes, that one needs... Like, both of those are all waiting on stuff. Alright, so all that's fine. Okay. Meanwhile, let's get you. Push the button. And for right now, you can put the alien protein away. Okay. Alright, so that's actually not keeping up. So let's upgrade that. So I will need a drill. Portable drill, which needs steel plates, which I'm out of. Alright. Okay. Alright, yeah, so I need the portable drill because copper is going to be a bottleneck here, so let's go and deal with that. We can make it a tier 2 miner, and that should help. Alright. Oh, now I have enough modular frames, so I won't be doing that. That's a bummer. Okay. Well, in the meantime, are you a splitter? You are. So, I'm gonna go here, go constructor. And I need you to do wire. You can have that. And that's a splitter. Go to the cable. I didn't put any of that far enough apart that I can easily merge it in. But... I'm gonna have to go through here and do a massive cleanup. Of all of this. Alright, so what did I need for that? I needed the modular frames. The modular frames are like the other end of everything. No, wait, no, they're not. Don't I have the modular frames being brought over here? Or was that the other thing? No, it wasn't the modular frames. So that should help with the cable a little bit. Because that'll get us more wire into the cable machine. So this thing's going fine right now. I don't actually have to worry about this. What I do need to do with this... Great factory, very organized. I mean, that one spot in the middle with the copper is definitely not. But, like, locations out here, the way we have our organization is basically like, this is the place we make this, and that's all it does. It just makes the one thing. And then we cable it where it needs to go. I'm definitely looking forward to having trains or something that isn't conveyor belts to run it across the entire map. There's our explosives production. Because frankly, all of this material on this conveyor belt, while it's buffer, which is kind of nice, when you're pushing your limit on something, it takes forever for you to notice. It's just material out there, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but it is a bit on the wasteful side. Okay. So I believe we're bringing modular frames in over here. I'm going to snag, and that'll be fine. Alright, so I want to get motors going, which requires rotors and these. Oh right, we had started the conveyor belt to get the rotors over here. Just clipping through the terrain. I've done that several times. Okay. Yep, it's right there. I'm also curious why I don't see any rotors on it. Let's actually check that real fast. They should have rotors on it. Don't get me wrong, it's far enough away. Yep, there's rotors. Okay, so it's far enough away that the entire time we were running, it just didn't happen. That Entomb just randomly blasting all caps. What's up? That's how I can go like this. Hi. Are you being silly? For those who don't know, Tomb is my wife. And is like one room away. You don't need all caps. Are you satisfied with the factory at present? Yeah. I do find the factory somewhat satisfactory. Alright. So we've got this up here. Before I worry about where I'm wiring it down here, let's expand this platform again. It's adequate. Hey, let me have my moment. So here's a question. Let's science something we ought not science. So this clears debris. I wonder if it clears my own buildings. I don't think it does, right? Oh, excellent. So when I'm cleaning up all these plants... Ah, yeah. Just cleaning up nature in the only way anyone has ever intended of doing so. Alright. So now I can go assembler. Weeding the patio with dynamite? The only way to weed the patio. That's going to be a deeply upsetting belt. That's fine. Well, actually, no it's not. That's almost perfectly lined up. Okay. So you are making... What the heck was I making on this thing? Motors. That's what I was making on this. So let's go ahead and do that. I don't know what that was lined up to, but it was not the door on this thing. Okay, so we've got that. So then the goal is going to be to get you right there with absolute spaghetti. Okay. And now we're looking, so we have those, and we got the cable going over there. We are making these, and steel beams are still the bottleneck here. Which you've already expanded our steel beams production once. There is enough ore going through here now that... Alright. I didn't want to do this, but I'm going to do this. Which is that we're going to go here, ramp. One tile ramp's not going to be enough. Hi.
Oh,
But why are we yelling?
because you're the cutest kid to ever get in the history of cute. And that needs to be now.
I don't think any of those things you're claiming are true.
True. In my eyeballs.
Well, see, that's the thing. What's true in your eyeballs doesn't necessarily mean it's true in general.
Yeah, it does. I'll check later.
Okay, so production, boundary. Turn this thing around this way.
Rual won't give Strider spaghetti. Why won't you give him spaghetti?
I don't have spaghetti.
You could get it. You could get
I don't-
spaghetti.
I don't want to go to the store right now.
Yeah, that is a lot. Especially. You'd have to break into the store.
And I've heard it's frowned upon to break into places.
I've heard that too.
Alright, we'll
He
drop
evoked the word spaghetti and made Strider hungry. Aw.
Yeah. Because one of the things they refer to is when you just start piping.
Oh yeah, you got the spaghetti piping.
Yeah, when you start just twisting conveyors over each other, it's called spaghetti.
Yeah.
This was much better organized. Then I had to run those two through. And then that one way over there.
Nice.
Oh, I have a gun that shoots rebar.
Oh. Where'd it go? Is it in the mountain?
Yep.
Oh. That's cool. Can you use it to shoot those giant cow things?
I mean, if I'm a jerk.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't like that. It did not like that.
And you can actually kill those things if you put the effort in.
You get meat or something out of it?
I don't remember. Mostly it's just being incredibly mean for no apparent reason.
Right. Well,
Alright, so I was getting something else for that. What is getting for that?
spaghetti?
I thought it was one of the steel. Oh, it was the modular frames. That's right.
Invoice. Let's science it. Science!
Well, no, I mean, I've killed them in the game before.
One time I did science.
Did you get better?
One time I kissed a puppy.
We all make mistakes.
I'm sleepy.
Then you should go to sleep.
You should go to sleep.
I mean, I have... You're bumping the mic.
I'm sorry.
I don't need to be going to sleep right now.
But I'm sleepy.
Right, so you should go to sleep. It's pretty straightforward. If you're sleepy, go to sleep.
That's something to check out.
Alright, so let's go over here and check out where the modular frames that I probably need to up its throughput.
Aw, poor Strider is also sleepy.
It happens.
That's sad. Why would we do this?
It's just what happens. So I probably should have at some point made the hypertube. That's kind of one of the things I'm running around with. It's like I'm upping the throughput of my production, but I'm spending a lot of time running between said production. And I could stop working on that and instead make it so I can move between production faster, but then I'm not upping my production.
Is gravity on this planet less than on Earth?
It's hard to tell. I have, like, mechanical leg things.
Oh. I was like, you're jumping a lot. Why are you killing that thing?
Because it's going to hurt me.
It was just standing there. It's minding its own business.
But it's going to hurt me.
I know. Aww. You
And
like, blew their brains open. That was very upsetting.
I can do much worse than that. Oh yeah, I can go check what's up there if I want.
A blue sheep. A river. Ooh, you can slide. That's cool.
Yeah, before they added, there's a zip line now. Before they added the zip line, this is how you got around the map. Until you got to like later stuff like the jetpack and all that. Alright. So, let's see. You have all the materials you need to produce these.
Ooh,
So, I could just literally make another assembler.
yeah, assemble.
Which I think I'll do.
Assemble. We assemble. We assemble, Stephanie. Stephanie.
But I'm not Stephanie.
Assemble, Stephanie.
But I'm not Stephanie.
Stephanie.
What?
Disassemble. Dad. I like that part. My eyeballs hurt.
Why?
It
And go to sleep. If your eyeballs hurt, listen to them and go to sleep.
It's downstairs and it's so far away.
It happens. Okay, time to disassemble Giant 5. Well, I kept whining about disassembly, so it's like, I guess he just really wants to be disassembled. It's all he ever thinks about.
Reassemble, Stephanie. He didn't want to disassemble, he wanted to reassemble the butterfly.
I thought it was a roach.
It was a butterfly.
Whichever, he had to, they squished a bug.
Yeah.
Wonder if I can wing this explosive up there.
You have a good drawing too, gosh. You have robot
I
arms,
actually was a little long. I don't believe so. Alright, so that one is short. The first one is long. Get wrecked.
Nice.
I mean, eventually I'll go up there, so I actually do want those gone. But, oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Can you drown in the river?
In a river that actually has deep water, yes.
Hmm.
In that river, not really.
You get swept away.
No.
That's good. Ooh, your autosave is complete. Your autosave is complete.
It happens.
Yeah.
It only took 3 tries. To be fair, I was winging it from a long...
It wasn't.
Okay, it was like, something's attacking you. I'm like, say what now?
I got a Freddy Fight.
That's being somewhat more responsible.
I'll dream of Johnny Five.
Yeah.
Because Johnny Five is alive.
Love. We really don't have a reason to be fighting that. It'll just respawn. Like, that's the thing. Once you get, like, your explosives being produced, you can produce such an extremely large amount of them. That's just like, just huck explosives at everything that's a threat to you? Sure, why not? I see nothing wrong with this. Okay. So we've almost got a point. Oh, good. We actually do have a point that we are now finally producing steel at a faster rate than we're using it. So we should have an increased production for modular frames. All right. Those things are being produced. Get out of here. Good drop stack of those in there to keep it rolling for a while. Okay. Do you have room for another? I do have room for another, so let's go ahead and get another one of these rolling. I said another, but we're gonna go with 2. For another power pole I can plug it into, because there we go. Steel beam, steel beam. Let's check on our power stats. We've added quite a bit onto the grid. Okay. So our max power consumption is basically 9 below our max production. So that's concerning. We should expand on our power. I also need to go and check on our cable and expand on that, which we were waiting on the steel stuff that we needed to make the Mark II miner. Well, that's what I get for trying to run. Hey, that's fine. I just really meant to go over here where our power is. Was running through there one-handed. May not have been the smoothest move. Alright. Okay. Go power, coal generator. I don't have enough rotors. Okay. So let's sort all that out. Actually, don't care about those right now. should be more alien bits in here. That's fine. Alright. Storge is over that way, but there's something else that's going to work on that I've lost track of. So we've got to get the power up. Let's just worry about the power. So let's run back, get our power sorted. We do have stuff going for both the phase 1 and the phase 2. We're about a third of the way through the phase 2 stuff. We're about a third of the way through the last thing, and pretty close to a third of the way through the other one. So here's the rotors rolling through. So that's one thing I could do, is up the rotor production. Right, because that's making motors. That's right. Because if I get enough motors, I could scan for hard drives. And once I could scan for... Oh, from what my brain was seeing rotors on both, I was like, wait a second. Why would I do that? So if I can get enough... Then we can get to where I could scan for hard drives. That could be a thing that I could work on when, like, I'm in situations like this where we're kind of waiting for stuff to get done. I can spend some time expanding the capacity of different parts of the factory. I can also run down hard drives for alternative recipes that are much higher throughput and or more efficient on materials. Or rather, instead of needing less require less diversity of materials. Yes, the rotors have a decent cadence. And a lot of this will improve, like the cadence here of how fast these go through as the storage fills up. Because once the storage fills up, you know, it won't be splitting 50-50. The whole volume of these will be just going down this belt. Oh. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll get our power fixed, and then I'm going to start getting hypertubes. So I do think it'll be an idea to have one location that is just like the location of everything. Alright, so we got 9 there. And how are these doing? What are these waiting on? So this is only running at 60% capacity because of the screws. Okay, so that's going fast enough. If I can keep that fed, it should work there. But we aren't getting ingots fast enough to keep that running, so we need to expand this. Which is, all of this is a bad idea because... Oh, here. Actually... I mean, those are running at 100%, barely. You're a Mark 1? Alright, Alright, so it should pick up the pace a little bit. Please let me out. Okay, there we go. Sorry. So that should improve the throughput on these things a little bit. I'm gonna go over here and choose... Those are mergers? Alright, cool. So in this case, we'll go ahead and here choose smelter. Okay, so we got that all upgraded. Alright, so it is getting to the point that those are picking up, so they won't shut off nearly as much due to the screws running out, but we do have the problem here that we're just not producing ingots fast enough. I do think in this case... Oh, right. I actually have lots of places I can get iron from, so this works out pretty easily. Because what I can do then is just go up to you. Clear these off. And we can go... Alright, so... Do I have an equipment locker already on this one? I usually try and keep an equipment locker on every one of these things. Does not appear to be so, so let's go over here. Yeah, because usually I like to try and keep a crafting bench and equipment locker on every separate location. So no matter where I am, I can just be like, oh, I just need this real fast. We can go here and merge block. Grab you, plug in there, grab you, plug in there. That should massively improve the throughput. Why are you not? There it goes. I was like, why are you not producing? Alright. Into that, I could probably get one more of these on here. Yep. You're not gonna sit well, are you? Alright, if it's not gonna sit well, I'm just gonna slam it in like that for the moment. Okay, so that should help a lot. Let's bring up our power consumption a bit more, though. And the reason that's going to help a lot is now this belt is hitting saturation, so that's good. We got 2 more smelters on. That's good, because that was where our bottleneck was. And even with that, we are still seeing that, you know, for the ingots getting through here, it's taking its sweet time. But we're starting to see this one's getting full up. Imagine this one's starting to... Yep, that one's starting to fill up. That one's actually starting to fill up. So I might actually put one more constructor in there. Yeah, we definitely need to put one more constructor in there because at the moment, they're not keeping up with that. Cool. So the goal is I want these producing screws fast enough that they keep those machines running. Because right now, they're kind of pulsing a little. The rods seem to be doing fine. Let's actually check in the rod storage, because this should be full. No, they are outrunning the rods now, so I will need to add more rod production on here. Which would be even more of a burden on this. Alright. So is the ore backing up? So the ore's still backing up. So let's just... figure out how we can deal with this. Because there's one spot that's just a little higher than the rest. Alright, there's more ingots going through. Because again, the goal here is to get this belt to basically saturation. Because once you hit saturation, you have problems of like having to run a new belt and everything. But until you hit that point, you can just add more. Okay, well it's actually net positive on ingots. So that's good. That means I'm producing enough ingots over there to deal with this over here. And this should be fine over here as well. Yeah, because you can see that belt stopping, which means... Actually, it shouldn't go by that belt. Okay, so this belt's going solid, but I think we're okay. Alright, yeah, so they're all good. So, I have definitely massively increased the amount of power being consumed by this thing. But that should have upgraded our rotor production quite a bit. All right. So question goes, where do we make our travel hub? Because I want its central location as in, not necessarily where I am now, but just in general. Because as the factory expands, you know, it's good to have it where no matter where you are, you don't have to go super duper far. Alright. Well, so to check to see if the modular frames are backing up again. Or not backing up. Insufficient still. But right now I need to get power back online is the bit. Well, not back online. I need to get it expanded on. Because if I don't do that, I'm gonna run into real problems power-wise later. Because like if you overwhelm it and your power cuts off and the whole factory shuts down, it's just no good. The good news, once I complete that phase 2 that we've got going on up there, once that's done, then I could turn around and I should have access to oil. Which gives us access to all sorts of tech. Oh, I forgot. We got better... Yeah, I forgot we got these giant poles. For long distance power. I need to start using those. Okay, so those are fully backed up now. Got those motors. So you're making those. Are you still bottlenecked on the steel or on the modular frames? Still looks like the steel beams. And the steel beams, are they getting enough? Okay, so we're basically hitting the max that we can handle these belts, because there's almost there's a tiny little gap. We can kick it up a notch. I want solid belts. Because while it's almost solid, there's a little gap every couple of units. Yeah, because you see how little is actually getting through all this now. It's not quite solid. It actually is solid, that whole area. I'm using a lot of steel, so I guess that's only fair. Yeah, so it looks like the modular frames are catching up. It's just, unfortunately, the steel beams are getting spread too thin. So we split it off into this container, and then what else are we doing with steel beams? The encased industrial, which is making progress. I'll need that later, so it's fine. That's all fine. Alright. Let's go deal with this. I'm going to need to get another water extractor to run whatever coal plants I add. Alright, so let's go coal. Actually, we could go over here and go production. I'm gonna need to get this up soon, or things are gonna start shutting on and off due to not enough water. Go logistics, pipe. Where's our slugs? There we go. Okay. Alright, so with that, our production has jumped to 1,275, putting us a good 150 or so, actually, more than that, a decent amount over. So I'll have to expand that again at some point. Which I'll just be adding, actually, do I have enough materials just to do it now? Yeah, we can do it now. Go back to steel because I'm out. Pretty soon we need to get copper sheet, copper tubing, whatever it is, which I should have an entire storage container of. I just gotta go run over to the main base and get it. All right. So ridiculously much coal power going on down here. All right, so we've got all that. Production. I believe I need another water extractor pretty much right now. Okay, I think they're all hooked up there. Alright, so my only concern is we might be hitting a bottleneck on what this pipe can handle. So we'll see if we ever have any of these shut off. Yeah, so we're up to 1,500 megawatts. So that gives a lead of about just shy of 400. So that'll be good. Alright, so I don't even remember what I was working on before that. So we got the power sorted out. Right, so I need to check on cable, and I need to try and get our hypertubes up, so that I don't have to run across the entire map for the rest of my life. So we'll check to make sure our cable production is adequate. Oh, I forgot about these. Alright. And at some point I'm going to have to expand the limestone production. Okay, it's still struggling. Oh, right. The bottleneck isn't here. It's back here. No, it's not. That's actually doing fine. I was needing our constructor. Okay. Oh. I said okay, and then immediately realized I don't actually have space for an constructor here. This was like the initial factory area. There was a lot more here before. And then I got rid of a bunch of it. So that's the reason why there's a bit of spaghetti. And I keep saying I need to go through and sort it out, but I don't want to take the time. I don't want to. That's fine. We'll still go ahead and upgrade that mining drill. It won't hurt us to do that. It'll be something I'll probably need to do later anyways. Alright, drop off those. No. Okay. It's fine. I just wanted to explore. I just didn't know I wanted to explore. Considering how many times I've almost thrown myself off that ledge, just running around and jumping, it was only a matter of time before it happened. And meanwhile, it's not that big a deal, because we have this set up here, because I said sooner or later I was going to jump off and I'd probably want to get back up from this angle. So I already had it built. I just need to add one more thing to make it easier to climb. Alright, what was I doing before I accidentally hucked myself off the side of a mountain? We've been dropping stuff off. Oh, right, I was making the mining drills. For upgrading the copper. Had it the wrong way. Well, that is unfortunate. Yeah, so we're gonna have to go and up this copper production in a big way. And this might be when I expand out in there. Yeah, I believe that's intended for when you get a jetpack to do that spot. I could definitely make that happen even without the jetpack. Because you just go, bam. You get the idea, is I can... potentially just zipline my way the whole way. Nothing to worry about right now, because best case scenario, we just find a slug. Ooh, almost ran outside. The other likely thing I could potentially do is just find uranium or something else that I can't put to use right now without killing myself. Okay, so sort these out. I'm pretty okay and all that. I'm going to need more copper tubing. Alright, so decision time about where our transportation hub is. I can't really tell where we are relative to center of the map. It does seem like this bluff here might be the place. Which I think is where I was building rotors. Is this the spot I was thinking? That is the bluff I just pointed out. I already got a bunch of junk here I don't want to do. And my space elevator is here. Maybe I put it over by the uranium? Put it off. Well, that's where our limestone is. I've got my copper, or sorry, this is the biomass up there. It doesn't really matter where I put it, I just need to put it somewhere. So let's just run out, find an open spot. You'll start getting it sorted out. And what I eventually want to do is use the ticket shop to buy signs I can label. So I can craft signs and be like, this tube goes here, this tube goes here. Just that way in between streams and I forget which tubes go where, I can figure it out and remember. Because the last time I used the hyper tubes in my playthrough, because my factory is this one giant tower, it was just which floor. And just over time I'd figure out which floor was what. There's a little bluff in the middle there. And you got power really close by. Cut it out. Alright, so I can't climb those. so many of these things get really easy when you get the rocket pack that they do have some you have to have the rocket pack. Well, I mean, you don't have to. You can construct your way up. But if you were to do it without just building a giant ramp or whatever, you need the rocket pack. But a lot of time it's just not that big a deal. Oh, you. That's fine. I'll deal with it when we get... Stop it. Alright, well, there's definitely gonna be a slug up there. Alright, so... Foundation... Okay, so we don't have an easy way up here now, but that's okay. Because we have zip line, so we can just go plunk. And now I have a way up. Alright, so transportation, hypertube entrance. The space elevator and all that's this way. So there's our first one. Oh, that's not what you want. It's fine. Oh. And one neat thing you can do is you can actually take the hypertube entrances and put them in a series and make a launcher. You, in theory, could sit there and make it safe, where you figure out how many of them to line up, you step up to it, and then you put, like, the little gel thing to land in. But, you know. Then you get, like, a momentary hang in the middle of it, the physics gets calculated weirdly, and then you die. Alright. Auto 2D. Noodle. Horizontal to vertical. Okay. I don't know what those are. I'm assuming that's for much finer tuned things. I'm gonna build all these tubes across the death route. I don't need to go across the death route. Like, the death route was the route we took before we had a better understanding of the terrain around us. But now I can just go directly to where I want. The death route really does kind of go around everything. And first hypertube is online. Now I go, wee! All right. So I think the next one we're going to run probably to the Steel, I think, is going to be our next destination. And we are going to have hyper tubes that are pretty much right next to each other kind of thing. That is going to probably happen a lot, because I am trying to make a central hub. So it'll just be a thing we deal with. Alright, so I have steel production marked already. So I can go ahead and just do that now. Would you please? You know what you're doing. Okay, and we're out of copper sheets. It's time to get more of those. Which, fortunately, our first hypertube goes directly to it. Okay. Just hucks you right off the side of the cliff. Just has so much speed, just throws you right out there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll probably end up needing more for, That is a long hang. What's happening? Well, there we go. Okay. It was just very intimidated by the vacuum from the tube. It's just stared at for a moment going, is this really the way I want to go with my life? Trust this high-speed tube that's going to throw me all over the place? It does make you wonder. I was told the parachute's reusable now. It does make you wonder if it would be a reasonable strategy in this game now to have the parachute, do the thing where you line up a whole bunch of the entrances to just catapult yourself into the sky, and then just parachute down on whatever you're trying to reach. I actually have no idea what the precision of the parachute is. Because I think I only used it like 2 or 3 times in my previous run. Why not just use the tubes though? Because that's relatively safe. I made a mistake. Let's turn around. That is just going to throw me on the ground. That would have been a mistake, because I would have just gone through and immediately been hucked out the other side and go, well, I guess I get to walk back. Okay, and I think right over here is where we're going to deviate. I can't afford it. I need more steel pipe. Okay, unfortunately, that does mean I need to run to this from over on this side. High radiation. Where is it coming from? Why is it continuing to climb? What, there is some major radiation over there. Like normally if it's just like one of those little nodes, you can just run right past and not even notice. I think maybe on top of that platform is like an actual uranium like mine kind of location I could set up. So I think I made enough of those things. Just going on a guess here. Why are there so many of those things always standing inside my base? You know what? I've had it. You? Go away. Did I pick up some more materials other than that? Oh, I got a single ingot. Let's get that out of here. I'll actually go ahead and get the mining drill out of here. Alright, and the rest of that's going to be the pipe. The pipe. The pipe is over here. Okay. Now I gotta run back. And on the plus side, we're over halfway through all the other stuff in the phase 2. Because we improved the throughput of all of it. But a lot of that, the throughput we don't see for a while. I believe the thing on the far right, I forget what they are, they're like computators or whatever. Those, I believe the cable is our bottleneck. And I want to say the other one, it's going to still be the steel. Which might be its own like self-solving problem at the rate we're going. And the reason for that is just... Where is that? There. It's one uranium node just in the middle down there. I was hoping to land on that, because then I could just... So where I said it's going to split off there, I think we're actually going to go till just before the space elevator, and we're going to split off there. And actually, I don't want to go through trees every time. Okay. And I realized I could make this way more efficient by instead putting them in series as opposed to all coming from the same place. But I like the idea of I go to click the button and then just, well, not click the button. Like I go there and it's just immediately takes me, like I can take any tube anywhere and it drops me off at like the central hub. And the central hub takes me wherever I want to go. Well, that should be interesting. I just didn't want to slap into the rock every single time. Is that a tube you ride through? Yes, it is. It's like the, have you ever seen like the old vacuum tubes at the bank? You put like, you know, the little tube in the bottle, like they have like the little plastic tube that has little rubber ends to it. It's like that, there's just no rubber ends. You just jump in and it gets you where you're going. Now, where here do I want the tube to end? That said, we are absolutely decimating some more resources for this. Did I build on top of that? Probably not, right? Good enough for me. Alright, and that puts steel online. Is there anything I need from the steel at the moment? Not really. I grabbed a bunch of tube. I could probably use more copper. Okay. And then the last one, I think I'm going to take all the way down to the, either modular frames or to the rotors. Well, that's lovely. One or the other. Like, we'll add more later, but I feel like those are kind of the key things, is the main base for research, for the, yeah. Just little radiation bath every time we go through there. Like, I'll eventually want to add, like, everything, like the Caterium area, the explosives area, but I feel like those are visited so seldomly right now, I don't need to worry about them, but it would be good to have one that goes to at least the modular frames, if not the rotary, or rotors. It doesn't matter which one, either of them would be fine. Because those are close enough together, it wouldn't be a huge ordeal if I had to run between them. Major props to the base design? Thank you. I showed it on the stream the other day that I actually had like a, way back the first time I played this, I had a giant tower of a, place. Alright. Okay, so this is going to... probably our modular frame. Let's set this to modular frame production. Well, that's a problem. Oh, that could have interesting implications. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. It's almost a certainty that I'll run out of materials in the progress doing that. Alright, note to self. I need to detonate those 2 trees. There we go. So I can get up here real quick. And this is where it splits. Which is ironically going to split right over to where this one is. But I'm going to leave that one alone because I'm probably going to do... It's fine. We're just disinfecting. It's fine. I am suddenly realizing I actually need this tube on the left of the other one. What I'm gonna do here I can't afford it. I ran out of copper sheet. That's fine, though. We can just run right over here on this tube. Back to our steel production. Grab a bunch of copper sheets. Just remember that transparent part there you see? That's copper. Alright. Oh, right. I need to... And this actually works out real well for us. I'm gonna grab that. I should have 100 motors? No, I don't. We're close. Of course copper is transparent. What else would it be? I know, right? Grab 2 of those and the rest will be copper sheet. Get right over here and go and back up. Because I believe I can get the hard drive scanner built. Because I should be able to handcraft the last motors pretty quickly. If I don't have enough already. Man, now if we pull up the map, like, I've got stuff spread all over the map. There's actually a very sprawling base. So I've got, like, my modular terminal frame production is over here. I actually have my rotary production down there. Steel is back where you just saw. I have my quartz over there. We make gunpowder and explosives over there. There's our space elevator. We have our hub and... Like, right here is where I'm doing all my copper stuff. There's not much there. I've got a bunch of Caterium production over here. Somewhere over here I've got more production that I don't... Oh, it's way over here. Oh, I'm making reinforced steel plate over there. So we have a very sprawling, spread out base. I'm just going to where the ore is. I'm going, okay, this set of ore, this makes reinforced plates. What else does it make? No, it makes reinforced plates. That's all it does. Well, you can interact with the... with that bush while inside the tube. Yeah, I keep forgetting that I can. Let's see if I can grab one of these. Yeah. I don't actually want it, so it's going to go in the trash. Wait, apparently, like, flew by and just reached out the side of the tube somehow and snagged that bush in the flyby. Okay. Must reach to the transparent copper. Yep. So I'm taking this one over to the MAM so I can get the research going. High frame rate, where did you go? What was I waiting on? That needs plastic, so it's none of those. It was in here. Was it quartz? Yes. So I need 11. Oh, I still need those. Never mind. All right, false alarm. That's. Oh, actually, I need to be over here anyways because I need the copper sheet. Ah, man, getting some hitches here from all the stuff I've got in the map. Yeah, so there's a copper tubing. There's copper wire. All right, copper sheet was here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do for this one, and it might not be the smartest idea, but it'll be the faster idea, is I'm gonna jump in here. We're going to let it go all the way back to the hub, or my travel hub, and I'm gonna take the tube I'm currently actively building until it hucks me out of it, and that way I can just get to where we're going. Let's see, Dragonheart saying, multi-basic reality allows that. Reach out and touch something. I mean, the big balloon creatures certainly do break the rules of having multiple physical objects occupying the same space at the same time. I might actually sit there and just as a gag do the thing where you put like, again, 8 or 9 of these and then you angle one up and then just huck the person like into the sky. Because they probably toned it down, but you used to be able to like completely break the physics of the game by just how fast you're going. Like it just had like a flat multiplier or something. That was many, 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 many versions ago, so it may be fixed, or they may have said that's hilarious and kept it. I don't know. Yeah, I'll need to eventually go through and get rid of all these trees along the way to make it one, so you can actually see farther ahead, because that'd honestly be more interesting to look at. And hard turn. Still works. Got ourselves a little dose of radiation. Whee! Oh, I didn't get hurt from that. Since we started using those things, our frame rate is having a real rough go of it. Okay, so before we get too excited, let's sit here and go like this. I need to get... Give me my... Let me do stuff. Any day now, game. There you go. Highlight that. I wonder if there's a memory leak in the game or not. Because it's definitely gotten worse, since we started traveling really fast. Okay, so there's where the split off is. Stop it. The Geiger counter is bullying me, chat. Meanwhile, don't mind me. Just gonna do this real fast. Ah, why did I come off there immediately? There we go. Wait, does that actually work? Oh, heck yeah. Underwater tunnel. Now, it's going to be tricky because if I jump in the water at all... it puts away your constructing tool. Stop it. Stop it. It hurts. It hurts. It feels like burning. Oh god, why? Don't mind me, I'm just passing through. Are they not statically placed? I thought they were statically placed. I could be wrong. Oh, come on. I didn't think that's deep enough to trigger me to pull out my equipment. Hey, just ignore me, bees. I'm just passing on through. You don't need to die. I don't need to die. Nothing needs to die. Those small nodes are random? Okay. About the only thing in the map in random? Yeah, no, I know, it's been a big thing that people kept requesting procedural generation. They were like, yeah, that's just now, like, we're too far in development. That's just not something we're interested in looking into anymore. No, I want the game. I'm out of steel pipe. So this isn't actually where I'm going to put the exit. Let me correct that statement. This isn't actually where I'm going to put that exit. But rather than running the whole way myself, back to where we need to go for steel, we can ride. Yeah, so we're taking the time to set this all up, and this just means anytime I need something like steel or rotors, instead of having to huck myself across the entire map little by little, or, you know, zip line absolutely everywhere, we can just hop in a tube, 30 seconds later we're there. I want to see this part where we dunk under the water. That's pretty cool. I like that. Games that go static tend to get stale? No, it depends on the game. I disagree with that. Like, for example, this game, the map is static and handcrafted and interesting. They have, like, a lot of variety to it and everything. Versus you compare it to something like Factorio, which is procedurally generated. And I would say the world in this game is way more interesting than Factorio's map. Now, granted, Factorio can do different variety of maps, like make it all water and all that kind of stuff. And you're not going to be able to do it with this. But there can be the in-between of handcrafted. People just handcraft different maps. Which, that would be modding. That probably wouldn't be that big a deal. It's just this is a huge map. Now you put 6-meter gaps in the line at places you want to get out later. And you get... They will also boost speed boost. Oh, I see. I see how that can work. Yeah, no, it's that's been actually a discussion point on the channel a number of times between procedural generation and handcrafted. That it depends on what you're doing, that one can definitely be better than the other in different circumstances. It's not that procedural is better than handcrafted or handcrafted is better than procedure, they just have different benefits. Like, imagine a procedurally generated Final Fantasy game where you get all the weird stuff like you have cities next to each other that have nothing to do with each other that aren't interesting and all that from that. Or like when you have procedurally generated cities where you suddenly have the school facing directly into the prison or whatever, and it's just kind of like, well, that just feels weird. Because that topic comes up all the time with Project Zomboid, that people ask it to be procedurally generated. And it's like, well, no, it's a really interesting map, but it required them to handcraft everything. Can't think of any other static game that was kept alive on its own. It's like seeing the same old screenshots as before. Like, Project Zomboid's been around for a long time, and that's static. Every basic, like, pretty much every RPG from Nintendo and that were all static maps, because that was before procedural generation had, like, was really capable of doing a lot of the stuff. Oh, that hang there is real rough. There's advantages and disadvantages. One isn't directly superior to the other. Like, I would say if you're playing, for example, a roguelike or a roguelike game, procedural generation is pretty much a must in those to keep it fresh. Because the whole idea with those is you start round after round after round and you die a lot, so you start at the beginning of the game a whole lot. You look at games like MMORPGs, almost every one of them are going to be static maps. Yeah, and procedural generation can also be very, very repetitive too. But yeah, so it's not procedural versus static, one or the other is just the magic bullet. There's situations for both of them. And I tend to feel a lot of games that go procedural, it's a mistake. Again, excluding stuff like roguelites. Roguelites, those kind of ones, absolutely, they're like the strongest use case for this should be procedural. Because everything about the game is around randomness. So you want the map, like you can forgive the procedural generation having some jankiness to it. Kenji has a static map that I think procedural generation, knowing the team, would not have been great. Because when you do a procedurally generated map, you put in a lot of effort to making the procedural generation not look terrible. To get a whole bunch of different variety of assets and all that you can put into it. Because otherwise you get worlds that feel very samey after a while. Like, they're random, but like the assets kind of look the same. And at cities you kind of get like the idea if you can where to find stuff. It does cut a lot of development work with assets. Not necessarily. Because the way procedural generation typically works is you make sections. So like, I will make the school building, I will make the police building, I will make this building, or this collection of rocks, or this collection of trees. And then you randomly kind of put those things together. So you're still making assets, but you're making a whole bunch of different variety of assets that you can kind of just cookie cutter together, you know, in different orientations, stuff and all that. There's, oh, what was the game? I know Minecraft did a video, and I believe Terraria also did videos way back in the day talking about how procedural generation, like the many, many iterations of procedural generation went in to not be terrible. Yeah. No, it depends on the approach. Generally speaking, though, it depends like what game you're doing. Like, a game like Terraria or Minecraft, they'll basically go and say, okay, make a map, like make your grid, okay, assign biomes, and I'll change like what type of blocks are where. Okay, now you've got the biomes. Okay, place your caves, so it'll have these caves that they'll have their own procedural generation that they'll, you know, replace those parts of the world. And Terraria does the same thing. Like, you can actually, I like Terraria because while it's generating the map, it'll tell you what it's doing. Yeah. Procedural generation is trading your expense on trading your expense on artists for expense on developers. It can be more expensive to do procedural generation, and I say this as a developer myself. It's, again, they both have their place. Neither is superior, neither is worse. That's cool. I actually, like, way back I used to play lots and lots of voxel games. These days I don't play nearly as many. Like, I don't know. There's some who do a good job of it, and then there's a lot of them that just kind of look clunky after a while. But, like, Space Engineers is still a lot of fun. I burned myself out of Minecraft, but it wasn't anything to do with the aesthetics, really. I was just playing it way too much when it was a brand new game. And it died out because of the processing requirement? Grew up with voxel games? How old am I? I know the feeling is like, grew up with voxel games, like, man, voxel games didn't show up till way later in my life. But I can pretend to be young. I'm still young. Alright, so we've got all that set up. But yeah. Like Atari? Atari wasn't voxel. Voxel is three-dimensional, blocks. Like, if you're going back to Atari, you're talking pixel. Vector graphics. Right, but voxel is a specific thing that isn't necessarily vector graphics within itself. But yeah, no, vector graphics, sure. Generally, when you're talking voxel, you're talking like 7 Days to Die, Minecraft, those ones you have like Space Engineers. Those are voxel games. Voxels are supposed to be EQ next and Landmark. Like I said, like both, yeah, that's fine. Like I definitely grew up with like Atari and all that. That said, while I do have nostalgia for Atari, I don't typically go back to Atari games and be like, man, I'm having a great time with this. And Landmark was nuts for making insanely great stuff out of voxels. Yeah, it's actually been kind of interesting. Voxels, however, haven't had a decent game engine to handle it. Well, there's pros and cons to going with the voxel route. Like, when you look at a game, this ground is a texture map. That more than likely the way the developers probably did it is they probably took the thing, they took a, was it a noise graph? They took a noise graph, they did a whole bunch of different tweaks and adjustments to it to make like just the regular ground. And then they went from that and they would add stuff like this rock. So the ground is probably one just piece. That rock is a separate piece just shoved on top of it. That, you know, they'll blend where the seams are. And they probably do a lot more complicated stuff than I'm describing, but like conceptually that's probably how it goes. And then they do all sorts of optimizations to make it not suck. Alright. Kinda curious if V-Rage 3 might resolve that. Can't say I was ever a fan of the Unreal Engine. I don't actually have strong opinions of, like, Unreal and Unity and all that. I've definitely seen stuff where they use, like, the Unity engine, and you take 2 seconds to look at it and go, oh my god, that is absolutely without question the Unity engine. Where it's just, like, they use kind of... Like, it's just, they use so many of the same assets that you're used to seeing that from one glance you're like, oh yeah, that's 100%, no question asked, that's Unity. Which isn't necessarily bad if the gameplay is good. But it can be a detractor if you look at it and just like instantly recognize the engine, because it usually means they're kind of reusing stuff that's been around forever. Man, we are getting some real performance hits now. We're definitely feeling where the optimization isn't quite there yet in a big way. Alright. Just checking the time. But yeah, no, it's just... Basically, I was pushing back immediately on, like, procedural is better. It's like, well, no. They have their place. Like, I feel like a game like a procedurally generated Skyrim. I mean, actually, that would be one thing I'd argue as well. The problems with Skyrim is they had their giant map, but you could tell they just reproduced the same cave a bunch of times and then threw some different assets in there and called it a day. So it's kind of like lazy handcrafted at the end, because they just want to put so much in the world. I mean, that's probably more an example of open world versus not open world. That's not really an argument between procedural and static. You worked at the Source SDK, and you seem a lot like Hammer. There's places. Alright, so we've got that going. We're about 3/4 of the way through completing Phase 2. Here's time to get into horizontal mode. Have a great stream. Alright. You take it easy, Dragonheart. Thank you for tuning in. You basically seem like a map editor on steroids. I mean, that'd be unfair to Unity. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not the biggest fan of Unity so far as working in it, but that's kind of unfair. The big advantage Unity has is so many people make plugins and all that kind of stuff that you can, in a matter of like a couple of hours, have yourself like a properly set up first-person shooter that, you know, sure, it's using like recycled assets and it's not been fine-tuned in any way, Like, there's zero polish. You just kind of just slammed it together and said, yup, that's a game. But you can actually do that, so it's great for prototyping. So you can get that. I'm just going by what I've seen from other dev streams. Oh, well, if you're just looking at the, like any game engine, so when you make a game, a lot of times what you end up doing is one of your earliest things you do in the game is you will either make a map editor, like even if you write your own engine, you're going to make a map editor in your own engine so that you can make maps. Because trying to do that all in code is just absolutely the worst. And a lot of them, if they're representing 3D worlds, are 100% just going to look like something you make models out of. And that's very standard. And then like 2D, it's a grid, usually. And isometric is difficult to wrap your mind around. But yeah, and that's typical for any game. Even if you're doing like procedural generation, you're gonna have a map editor so you can like procedurally generate, look at your map in the map editor and go, does this look good? No. Start, you know, making whatever adjustments you want to make for your procedural generation and go, okay, let's spit it out again. Does it look good? No. Let's try again. But yeah. You web dev, it's kind of a different scene. Old school. I've done plenty of web dev. Web dev's the thing I've done the most of. I've got over 15 years experience in the industry. Like it very genuinely when you went to Microsoft, for example, to read up on how certain frameworks, which I'm not going to say specifically ones, because don't dox yourself, worked. Like I actually used to be featured as one of the preferred people to learn certain frameworks that Microsoft have directly from it, so I wrote courses on it. But I've done like .NET, I've done like PHP, I've done JavaScript, Java, C++, C, Python a little bit. Not a whole lot of Python. I'm not great with that. Like the companies I worked for would end up acquiring other companies, and even though they weren't my area of expertise, it's a very common thing that when you acquire a startup, people bail. And so it didn't matter if I was proficient in something or not. If they had to keep the application running, someone had to learn it, and I was one who would always volunteer. Alright, so I'm trying to figure out where I need to be right now for working on stuff. My materials seem to be going pretty well. We're doing good on all this stuff. So which does these do I think is going to finish first? I think these over here on the right are going to finish first, so let's see what we can do about the grid stuff. And like you personally avoided Microsoft and Google so far as their technologies? It's actually pretty difficult these days. Like, you can use Python, but, like, PHP has been long in the tooth for a long time. Yet a few artists found out they found out the company and walked away. Yeah, I mean, that happens. Like, I've had that with Amazon. I got job offers for dev positions there, and the pay is fine, but, like, there's just enough ick around it that I was like, yeah, no thanks. But I've worked, like, private sector, public sector, local government, education, federal government, just straight up corporate. You just don't like the companies? I mean, that's fine. Okay, so it's definitely not the modular frames that the bottleneck, considering there's a backlog here. Man, these hangs are getting worse and worse and worse. Alright, so we're definitely blocking on the steel. It's running at 75% capacity, so the problem here isn't that these need more through there. The problem is here, and this is full, which does tell me we've hit a bottleneck on the conveyor belt itself, and that is a tier 3 conveyor belt. So I don't really have a great means of expanding on that. Yeah, and that's like pacing. So both the production in and out is pacing. Alright. So I'd have to make an entirely additional line of steel to be able to make that happen. Oh, the reason why that's probably backlogging on it and going slower than it was before is because I took all the steel pipes out of here. Now granted, for right now I don't need that many. We can put those ones back. I'll keep some on me. But until I go to building our hypertube, I shouldn't need that many. That'll fill up faster. Okay, and you're producing encased industrial steel. That's going along fine. You can just drop full stack. That's what I'll actually do. We can kind of bootstrap this by just going, hey, this big stack you've got in here, you top that off. I've hucked that in here. It'll saturate the output belts, which only half of those will get on there, but that should keep that running at full efficiency for a little while. Versus, so it's running at 63% right now, but it should go there. No, but it's generally totally fair to look at, like, different companies and say, I just don't want to work for that company. Now, usually I have a very specific reason I don't want to work for a company, like, whatever they're doing in the industry, in my opinion, is, like, problematic, or they have policies that I don't personally want to be under, or, you know, maybe the pay is good but the benefits suck, or vice versa. Like, I remember leaving one company because it had gotten acquired, and they had this whole thing about, it's like, don't worry, everything's great. We're improving, you know, like, don't worry, you don't need those raises. We're going to offer better intangible benefits. And I'm like, you know what I really want? The tangible benefits. I have a much stronger preference for the tangible benefits myself. Like pay. Like, I don't give a crap about name cloud or anything else. Fair amount of ethical reasons. Yeah. And this isn't me, like, putting you on trial saying, like, why don't you like Microsoft? Everyone's allowed to have their own things. Microsoft has certainly done stuff in its past that is not great. And on top of that, I personally am against companies acquiring each other. I personally feel that once a company has over a certain % market share, that's just it. They're not allowed to acquire any other companies. Not, you know, through clever words. It's just, once you pass whatever the amount is, I don't care about the amount, whether it's 15, 20, 30, 50%. Come up with a percent and say, once you pass this, you're ineligible for acquisitions, being acquired or acquiring other people. Just because when you have too few companies in an industry that control everything, it's just bad for everyone who isn't that company. Like, as much as I think Microsoft taking over Activision Blizzard will be good for Activision Blizzard and will also get a really awful CEO out of that company, I also don't want it to go through because Microsoft's big enough. Now granted, in reality, in that particular case, I want it to go through because the CEO of Activision Blizzard is an absolute scumbag who needs to be out of a job. Like, specifically and individually a scumbag. Okay. I'm cruising around, basically looking at the thing in the top right going, okay, that's going along. And I can expand my production. Oh, you know what I can work on? No, I can't. I need to have the next tech tree to work on that. Let's see. Let's see. You had to... You can just say thank you to Capitals. Yeah, I know. I had to go through a company getting acquired, and I went with it because I was the main dev. So I've been on both ends of the acquisition side. I've been in the company acquiring another company way more than the other way, but I've definitely been both in the company acquiring and the company acquired. And in my opinion, in all cases, it's been bad in the long run. Like, there are individuals who benefited from it, certainly, but in the long run, it equals a net reduction in number of jobs, and usually a net reduction in pay on, like, the broader level, which a lot of that's just people churning and then hiring in people cheaper. But you end up leaving and rewriting the whole code base, and it pissed off a number of people. Yeah. Like that's so right now, and the reason why I'm in this stuck spot here. Well, it's not stuck. The reason I'm in the spot where it's like, what can I work on? I can make things like I could go to another place and have it start pulling up ore and that kind of stuff. But I know what's going to end up happening is we're going to tech up and immediately get into oil production, which is going to take all the stuff I'm working on now. Not all stuff. It's going to take a lot of stuff I'm working on now and kind of getting away with it. That's my way of flipping the bird to the company. So I definitely don't rewrite, like, not in a bad way. Like, I've definitely had companies that, when it was clear I was leaving, I'll put in my notice, and they won't assign you new major projects because they know you're leaving and they don't want you to get halfway through it, you know, hit a snag, and then you're like, well, it's not done, later. And I've always been someone who's pushed back, and they're like, oh, we need you to put in extra hours. Like, was this a predictable thing? Did you mismanage anything? Then that's on you. I'm not putting in the extra hours. Like, if I told you it's going to take 2 weeks and I was just wholly wrong in my estimate, sure. If it's something like some dependency we deal with an API decided they're just going to up and change their API with minimal warning, that suddenly all our stuff starts breaking and have to manage to, like, rework however we access that API, which hopefully is easy if people have written their code right. Like, sure, I'll put in the extra hours. That was, like, you got curveballed. Like, I'm like, team player, I'll help out. But, like, if I say this is going to take 2 months, you say you have 3 weeks, I'm like, alright, well, when the deadline gets blown, I don't care. I did when I was younger, but I'm like, they'll be like, okay, this is going to take 2 months, you have 3 weeks. I'm like, well, it's still going to take 2 months. You can say I have 3 weeks. I'm going to have those 3 weeks, and I'm going to have the next 6 or 7 weeks after that. Like, you may ask for it to be faster, but that doesn't make it happen. I still like this tube going through the water. That's a nice touch. I'm gonna go check to see how our rotors are doing, because we did a major overhaul of that area. So now it's been running for a while. I want to see where the bottleneck is over there. Probably gonna be the rods, honestly, at this point, because we put all the effort in on the screws, and well, I mean, we did expand the rods too as well, didn't we? We'll see. And I don't have a hyper tube to the rods, and I don't think I'm going to make one for it right now. I probably will later. But yeah. Now, generally, even when I left a company that I was very unhappy with what happened, I never went out with sour grapes kind of thing. Like, I never did any type of, like, sabotage. Like, the most I did is they would do something really stupid, and I'd warn them about it and be like, hey. And where normally I would kind of run interference and prevent them from doing the dumb thing. You know, it's like, well, I got 2 weeks. It's going to take me longer to run the interference anyways, so I'm going to basically tell them, hey, I think this is a bad idea because... And they're like, no. It's like, alright, I mean, you pay me to be the subject matter expert. You can listen to me or not. If you don't listen to me, I don't really understand why you're paying me to be your subject matter expert. But hey, that's your choice. I've got no skin in this game anymore. I'm already 1 foot out the door. Okay, so we still got the rotors going through here. You're running at full capacity. So both are running at absolute full capacity. So that's good news. The rods are building up in stock. That's good news. And the screws are straight up out. Yet it's still running at full capacity. Which is curious. Because you'd think if I was making more screws than I needed, I would get they would get ahead significantly enough that there'd be storage. If it wasn't, it'd be falling behind enough. Because it's definitely not well, I mean, maybe it is evenly paced. Alright, I mean, unintentional equilibrium. Yeah, so we're getting the ingots. So it's on this stuff here now. Yeah, because one of the things I always watch out for is you will be amazed at, and this is more for broadly, not just any individual, you'll be amazed at how much different circles of developers all talk to each other kind of thing. So it's one of those things that you'll have a boss who absolutely like burns a bridge with it, or an employee who leaves the company and absolutely torches the bridge on the way out. And then they get surprised when they get, you know, go to apply to a new job and then just don't get it. Because especially in like tech hubs, like so many people talk to each other. It's one of the things that tends to affect companies more than individuals though. Like, you'll end up having a company who treats their employees like crap and they just kind of get a stink to them. That all the people in their user groups and all that talking to each other, you know, effectively the company just can't hire people. Because even if they promise the world, it doesn't matter. Because people know that you can't be trusted, so, you know, they don't even show up for job interviews, they don't apply, they don't do that. Because they're like, oh no, I've heard everything I need to know about that company, no, I don't want to be there. Like, that was a big thing that happened here in Central Florida. Like, the greater Orlando metro area became a tech hub. But, like, it was those places that in the past was notorious, because Electronic Arts had a location, or has a location locally, and they got a reputation of, like, overworking people, making them do tons of overtime without, you know, any additional compensation. You know, you would have crunch time and not have any time to yourself, like you were just living at work and all that. And there's tons and tons of other companies doing the same kind of nonsense in the area. It was just like the culture. And then we had a user group got formed up that wasn't like, because the user groups prior to that was like you'd have the .NET user group, you'd have the PHP user group, you'd have the Java user group. And this one they're like, no, it's just developer user group. Like no specific technology, it's just developers. And a big thing they started doing was, you know, helping teach people how to, you know, negotiate wages, kind of go through all that stuff, like work on all your soft skills. They do technical stuff too, but they kind of go through all of that stuff. And it became a thing that people would talk about different employers and the stuff they were doing in the area, and that employers started having more and more difficulty hiring people, and that the good companies that were treating their employees really well, you know, practically were getting flooded with resumes. Just because, you know, like people would hear about the companies doing the right kind of stuff and everyone wanted to work for them. And then when companies who had a particularly bad reputation and high turnover started looking for new people and everyone already knew what the deal was, they wouldn't get there. And it ended up having this effect that kind of the quality of jobs in the area just absolutely ballooned, and it just helped kind of make us into a tech hub. We started getting all these different startups in the area and all that kind of stuff that were doing all sorts of crazy things. It was pretty amazing to be along for that ride. Because I had been in the earlier part of it where it was like really kind of rough to be a dev in the area. Like you could find work, that was no problem. But like they were always like needlessly stressful, your weekend didn't matter, your hours didn't matter, like you just got, like everything was expected of you. And if you didn't push back, your job was on, like, if you did push back, your job was on the line. But as, like, the whole area started kind of picking up, that just flipped on its head. This incident was basically a demonstration of what could have happened. I got sidelined by a bunch of butt kissers. Yeah. Well, it's also one of those things at dev that the reality is, as painful as it sounds, your soft skills, and a lot of times, are in many ways more important than your technical skills. Like, just very genuinely. And that boils down to, for any project of sizable amount, you're going to have many devs involved, which means you're going to have to be willing to do meetings, you're going to have to be willing to communicate effectively, you're going to have to be organized, you're going to have to work well with others. Like, the lone guru, master, whatever term you want to use, dev, ends up being very destructive to your team. That, sure, even if they work at like 3 times any other team members, you're ultimately a net loss if they don't work well with the team. Like, that used to be a thing that was a red flag that I wouldn't apply for a job. It's like, if we're looking for a guru or whatever, like, alright, you're looking for someone who doesn't have a life outside of dev. I understand. I'll move on to the next job, thank you. Like, I am genuinely just running around, like, just waiting for stuff. Like, and that's, again, this situation we're in now where I'm just, like, waiting, that's on me not having started the tech for Phase 2 early enough. So we finished all the technology I was researching before. I mean, I could run around the map, but I also want to get the thing for the hard drives, because sure, I can find a bunch of slugs, which actually wouldn't be a bad use of my time, since we're just killing time. And the reason I keep jumping these tubes is I keep thinking, it's like, oh, I'll work on that, and I go, wait, never mind, I couldn't work on that because I was waiting for this or that or other. I probably need to put a wall here, because I'm having to slow myself down out of fear of chucking myself right into this crevice here. Yeah, because we're waiting for space. We're waiting for Phase 2. And I can't handcraft those things to make them go faster. We have the heavy modular frames. That'll be something we need to do later. But I can't do that right now because I don't have something that can take 4 inputs. Like, that's the thing. I'd want to make this, but it takes 4 inputs, so I physically can't automate it. Oh, we can do the AI limiter. That's something I can work on. The economy is becoming prime time for gurus. Companies will pay a three-man guy instead of 3 wages. I have not observed that in my own dev. Like, usually that small startups will do that, and usually that doesn't last in my experience. Like, to be clear, when I'm talking guru, it's the person who works kind of on their own. Generally speaking, I've never seen a guru, quote, like, the self-made dev kind of thing that's actually been any good at all. I usually end up having to go in behind and fix their crap because they couldn't bother talking or listening to everyone because they always thought they were right. Like, generally the teams I've been on, when you have that kind of person, they end up getting fired. Yeah, so we still short on cable for that. Like, that's honestly, with a lot of the companies I've worked for, that's kind of one of those key things. Is anyone refers to themselves as a guru or a master or anything, you just take the resume, crumple it up, throw it in the trash. There's no point. You're wasting your time. Anyone who thinks they're that amazing is certainly not. Like, to feel that strongly about yourself as a dev requires you to not realize you're making mistakes. Like Dunning-Kruger kind of thing. Alright, so we're down to just 10 more of those things, which I've got enough cable in there for that. We need 46 of the other ones, which we should be pretty good there. Like, and also one of the problems you run into with hiring one person that's supposedly as good as 3 people is your bus factor goes way down. And that's always terrible. And for those who don't know what the bus factor is how many of your employees can you load into a bus and then they die in a car accident or whatever, that suddenly your company completely goes under because it cannot recover from the loss of expertise. And it doesn't even have to be that grim. Like, how many people can get poached from your company all at the same time before the entire company kind of goes under because the loss of expertise is just too insurmountable? And if you have one person who's carrying your whole team, and that person's the one that checks out, which usually they will be, then your company is riding on one person. Versus if you have a larger team that's like capable, and then, you know, you lose a couple of people, that's okay. Like, you might operate a little slower, you might not be as efficient, you might not be able to get nearly as much done, that's fine. But, like, the lights stay on. Because I've seen companies have teams of like 2 devs, and then both of them get a different job at the same time, and literally, even though they have, you know, 50, 60 people in the company doesn't make it. Because all that tribal knowledge lost to the application and trying to bring someone in after the fact, and how long it takes them to spin up on the new application, because there's no one there to, you know, walk through the different pieces and how they go together, so you have to kind of like just figure it out over time, which is slow without having that information passed on to you. Just because, like, okay, this talks to something, where do I find that something? Let me start looking. Okay, I've got an IP address for it that doesn't tell me how I get at it. Alright, I figured out how to get at it, but what was the password? Oh, they didn't document that. Well, that's good. So now I gotta try and, like, call up the other guy who probably doesn't answer his phone anymore because he quit. Granted, that's not necessarily... Well, I mean, it would be a dev example as well, because GitHub and everything. It's usually more IT. That hang. Alright. Sounds like Minecraft after Microsoft bought them? I mean, when... To my understanding, when Microsoft bought Minecraft, for the most part, a lot of the dev team just stayed on. Like, don't get me wrong, Notch was gone, but a lot of the long timers stayed there. Like, they probably left eventually, but that's just normal. But yeah, no, my understanding was they didn't have to, like, completely replace the team or anything. Now, granted, they did a rewrite in C# to get away from Java and all that, which is certainly something. Notch seemed to be the same dev for it. So, Notch was, and then as Mojang sprouted up, Notch stopped doing, like, the day-to-day dev stuff. Like, by and large, by the time Notch, like, Mojang got sold, Notch had, like, he would still do some dev, but he had mostly stepped into doing more just running the company side of things. That's not what I want. Yep, it is a satisfying Satisfactory. We're just kind of stuck waiting on the last of the Phase 2 stuff to finish. Like, don't get me wrong, the project at the beginning was Notch. Notch got the whole thing off the ground. Like, Notch does deserve credit for all that. But, like, it was one of those things that, as time went on, he passed off more and more of the responsibilities to the company, which is pretty typical. Because by the time Mojang got sold, they had a team of... It was a decent number of devs. I don't remember how big the team was, but it was a pretty good number of devs. For like, you know, a one-game studio kind of thing. It started out as Notch alone. But that's the same thing that happened with, like, Terraria. When Terraria started out, it was one... It was kind of like one... Was it? I think it was one software developer, and then they had, I think, 1 or 2 graphic people. I could be wrong in that. I'm trying to, like, reach way back into the mental vault. What am I missing? There was something I was going to grab. You understand that? But the game ran, like, notches. And over time, when it was sold, it felt like a dairy farm. I don't even know what that means. I mean, don't get me wrong, by the time it got sold, like, it wasn't a fast-moving game anymore. That's probably just, you know, akin to technical debt. Especially when you have a game that's got heavy modding. Milking? Oh, I mean, it was already being milked at that phase. But again, Notch was the one who owned the company, so that was under his helm that was being milked. But no, they were doing all sorts of expansions to the game still at that point. Alright, so that's the motor production. We finished the circuit, so it's literally just those things. So let's do this. And I'll just hand feed the machine of anything it gets short on. I mean, that's typically true of most games once they've been in development for a couple of years. You do reach the point that adding new stuff to the game gets slower and harder as, you know, more and more stuff gets tied to the game. There's more and more features, so when you make a change, you have to think about more and more different points that are impacted. You end up with the code debt, or technical debt you get in there from where you designed it one way, then a new feature required you to pivot it, then a new feature required that to be pivoted, then a new feature required that to be pivoted. And, you know, yes, ideally you'd go back and you'd clean it up and do it right, but let's be real, especially in game dev where you're churning stuff so fast, how often do they actually properly have time to go, well, take the time to go back and, like, refactor their code and clean it up and do all that? And then also in game dev, you end up doing some pretty sketch things where you make code really unclear to just trying to bleed that extra little bit of performance out of it. So you'll start using stuff like unsafe code and all that just to, you know, kind of circumvent certain memory management and that kind of stuff. Alright, that's already... I can already see more than 10 of them on that, so grab those. And that'll take us to the new tech. I personally find a lot of times when, you know, regardless of why they have the opinion they have of a company, that people will kind of assign literally everything involved with, they'll view in a negative light. And this isn't me calling you on that. Like, it's just a thing. Like, what I would run into is one of the main stacks I dealt with was a Microsoft technical stack. And I would have people who would just absolutely poo-poo on it. And they would make all sorts of claims about it that were just objectively not true. And it wasn't like, this one's faster than that one, or stuff like that. You know, it'd usually be stuff that's like, oh, well, it's not open source. I'm like, well, no, this one actually is. Like, what? It's like, yeah, it's open source. It's on GitHub. Like, I've contributed to this and I don't work for Microsoft. It's like, it was objectively open source. Like, no, you can't be right. Or they'll be like, oh man, monogame is such a great thing. Microsoft could never make something like monogame. And you'd be like, monogame is literally a re-implementation of XNA, which is a Microsoft, you know, not engine, framework. And people are like, no. It's like, no, I mean, it's true. Like, there's enough stuff that companies do that are actually bad to make up stuff. But it was always something I had to deal with, was like this kind of hipster attitude towards things against Microsoft. That was back though when it's like everything was being like, doing anything Google was cool, doing anything Microsoft was awful. What was the JavaScript? Oh, was it Dart? I remember when it was like the big thing that Dart was going to be the next thing. I'm like, man, I don't see it. It's like, I'm not hating on it, but like, this is just a very convoluted way of doing things. And you'd do like Hello World and it would deploy and it'd be like 50, 60 megabytes because it had to load all the packages around it. I'm like, man, people make fun of Microsoft stuff for being that way, and this is so much worse. Or I remember having people, like, I was working on an application, and there was another person on the team who was working in PHP. And I don't have any problems with PHP, but the guy was just poo-pooing the whole time. It's like, C# is a blocking language. It's like, well, first, that tells me you don't understand how processors work. But second, when has that ever been even noteworthy on a performance consideration? If we get down to the point of consideration of performance that whether or not a language is a blocking language is the do or die, I mean, let's all go out, get absolutely plastered celebrating, because it means we've achieved great things. Oh, I have to go over here to the space elevator. Because, like, 99% of the time, the inefficiencies, the places that your application struggles, is going to be the code that people wrote and how it's not good. Or that you've done certain decisions that have serious performance implications, or those kind of things. Or, like, the servers it's running on. Like, under-spec'd hardware. Like, even if you had a non-blocking language, which, again, with how the processor works, everything's a blocking language. I remember having to listen to that guy harp on that for hours, and it was finally like, man, when you deliver something on time, we can talk about what's better. We can get into theory. Yay! Go to space! PHP is good. PHP is fine. I have no problems with PHP. JavaScript has always been crap. So, JavaScript within itself is fine. It's the fact that it's rammed into doing literally everything is kind of the problem. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of JavaScript myself. But I do feel people are unfair to it as well. Like, the things that piss me off with JavaScript is I can do an equation, and just depending on specifically how I write it, I could do like 1 + 1 and get 3 different results. But that's just me liking strongly typed languages over languages that's like, just do what you want. I'll figure it out. It's fine. Alright, so let's see what new technology we have unlocked. But that's kind of one of the things, is I generally won't look at any language as specific negative. Let's see. Finnan says, you've had that server issue before, until they fixed it. Fixed that by having the larger service house in the world, but they were quickly overrun by Google after that. Yeah. Well, the tech they have going on with EVE Online, well, I mean, I just have everything I need for that. That's excellent. Sure. Okay, that's fine. I'll select this milestone. I'll immediately ram those in. I'll ram those in. I'll ram those in. So I need just a little bit more of a couple of those things. But ES finally came around? Yeah. But it's one of those things that, like, generally I won't talk down about what tech people are using. There was a talk I gave a long time ago that the gist was basically, basically for people to stop gatekeeping based on tech. Like what technology you're using and all that. Because it was a whole thing that there was like infighting among devs about framework, whatever is better than whatever. If you're using framework this, that's just awful. How dare you? That's terrible. Like that kind of thing. And so an entire talk where in the course of, I think it was like an hour-long talk, I used Microsoft Front Page, which produces websites that the code is an abomination against everything. Like, it is objectively awful. It is just tables upon tables upon tables upon tables. So, no one looks at that and say, that's a great quality product right there. It's like, no, it is terrible. And during the talk, I made a completely implemented, like, fully functional, e-commerce website and everything. And yeah, it's e-commerce. You can be like, oh, well, that's not that bad. I'm like, right. But the point was, using this tool that everyone kind of agrees is crap. And it's like, okay, this is a commercially ready website. It runs fine. It'll hold up to about as much traffic as you could possibly expect on your typical e-commerce website that is not like Amazon or something. And it's running, and it's going. And the person running this would be making money right now. And is the code horrific? Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. It is Tables City. It's awful. Nothing about it. Like, you pull up the code, and you just, inside, everything starts to hurt looking at it. You go, it is impossible to maintain. But in, 1 hour, you have a website that someone's making money in. Like, we even talked about tying in a payment processor. Like, it was, like, literally ready to be deployed. You can put in your credit card. You can buy something right then and there. Now, granted, it was running on a local machine, so I just need to upload it and everything. I was here for you. But, like, the whole point of the talk was, like, it doesn't matter if, like, you can sit down and do your theory that language X is better than language Y, or, and all those kind of things. It's like, it doesn't matter. That's, like, I in my entire career have never seen a tech decision, like what stack or framework or language or platform, I have never once seen that be the thing that breaks, you know, breaks the company, makes it so it doesn't make it. Like that it hits such performance implications that it dies. And I'm talking to companies I work. There's always, you know, a company gets the size of Amazon or Netflix and they start hitting like into the limitations of like Ruby on Rails or whatever. But when you're making millions and millions of dollars, you've got the means of fixing that problem. You know, versus some little startup, that's not a thing you worry about. And even then, they usually still don't need to retool it. They just might have to provision somewhat more servers than typically other people would. But it was always a thing I ran into the industry of just, it didn't matter what tech stack versus what tech stack. If you were using one stack and someone else is using another stack, they were saying yours is crap and that theirs is the right choice or better or whatever. Or poo-pooing on some third one. So you made your own framework that went from 10 to 20 second load time to 1 to 2 load times? Yeah, there's times that you, I mean, I'm trying to think of what you're doing that 15, 20 second load times is a normal website load time. I mean, unless it's like super duper heavy on the data, but then that's just shaping your data. But, no, there's definitely times like, for example, Stack Overflow, like the whole thing was running on a single server for almost its entire life. And they took .NET and basically retooled it to do that. Like it was still mostly .NET, but they got under the hood in certain places and re-implemented, you know, specific things to be, you know, specifically for that. It wasn't that .NET was bad, it was they were just doing very specific re-implementations. But, you know, .NET lets you do that. Most languages let you do that. That you know, instead of using their method that does whatever, you can bypass it. Crappy does it. Well, well, I mean, but you're saying your own framework. Like, are you saying they were using an existing framework? I mean, I guess I should say, were they using an existing framework that anyone has ever heard of? That wasn't like a super alpha version of that framework? Or were they like running their own framework? Because they're running their own framework like in shop, like they wrote it themselves. Then I could wholly believe that. I've seen that garbage before. Trying to shove that in the wrong machine. Spaghetti code? Yeah, that's not a framework though.
Milestone reached.
If you're talking framework, you're talking like ASP.NET
Oil-based
or
products can now be made. The byproducts of oil refinement can be used after further processing, as seen in the refinery.
Okay, so I should be able to scan for oil now, which now suddenly makes me realize I want to go.
This is a reminder to minimize the chance of expiration during out-of-base activities.
But yeah, usually when you're talking framework, you're talking like XNA, you're talking ASP.NET, you're talking Ruby on Rails, you know. Unity's more of an engine. But you're talking that, like, just code being garbage. Well, it was an admin framework for inputs and database? Okay. I mean, like, again, if they developed it in-house, I would absolutely not question it at all. Or if it was some framework that, like, no one has ever heard of before. Absolutely no question at all. Because I've definitely seen my fair share of, like, you know, oh, we can't trust any big company. What if their motives change at some point? We need to develop this in-house. We need to develop our, like, database access layer in-house. And you kind of go, really? Well, I mean, not database access. That's not a good... Our own ORM. We need to develop our own ORM in-house. You kind of just stare and you go, wait, you want us to what? Why would we do that? Like, there's companies that this is all they do. Trust me, a handful of developers that this is a secondary consideration are not going to make a better system than, you know, a company whose their entire existence is just trying to make this one thing. Now, I fully believe, like, reworking an application and getting tons of performance of it, that happens all the time. Usually that honestly boils down to just giving committed time to actually work on it. In a way, it's like PHP Hybrid with Node.js. Use some consistencies in the framework when transitioning between languages. Gotcha. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've had stuff that's been awful, like separation concern supply. Yeah. So like one of the ones I ran into was we were using ASP.NET with MVC, which is perfectly fine and all that. But then we were using, man, I can't remember what the JavaScripts. Like the Java, and when I say we, it's like it's what I walked into kind of thing. But they had JavaScript on there that I wish I could remember the framework, but it was its own MVC. So it's kind of one of those things you're sitting there going, "Oh, good, my MVC has an MVC it talks to." So I have like for everything I do, I have 2 models and 2 things dealing with like their own versions of like a view layer and you know all this garbage. So anytime I wanted to make, like if I wanted to change a label on a screen and populate it, it ended up being this thing I had to hit like 12 different places just to add an extra field. Not even getting into any like business logic, just literally to put it on the screen. And it's like, this cannot stay. One of these things has to go. What you gonna remember? It was like, it wasn't a super popular JavaScript framework, but it also wasn't like one you'd never heard of kind of thing. Just drawing a complete blank on it. It's been like 8 years or something. Okay. Production. That's a refinery. Oil extractor. I'm surprised there's no enemies guarding this. I literally don't have enough to do that. Okay. So you tried to reduce your changes to a typeset, which basically ran an array that determines variable types. If that's something that needed to be done, that is already a strong indicator of something not being a great place. Like, don't get me wrong, there's, that's actually one of the things that's been interesting watching the development of .NET Core, or sorry, not .NET Core, ASP.NET Core, which they've renamed it. Microsoft's naming conventions do suck. I will absolutely give anyone that. They just need to choose a strategy and stick with it for more than 10 minutes. When did our music stop working? Alright, okay. I can put the oil production over here, because I need to have access to water to do that. Actually, I need to remember what I even need for that. I believe it was water and crude oil. Oh, right. It depends. That's right. So, if I remember correctly, I take the oil, and I intake that, and I have the oil spit out... Where was it? I think it was this one. Then I take the oil in, it spits this out, and it gives me 1 line of fuel and 1 line of the polymer resin. And then I use the polymer resin with, I think that's water? Yeah, I think water to make plastic. And then, I don't even remember how you get the purple stuff. So you can take the heavy oil residue. That's right. And it ends up being this big, colossal cluster. Which I'm totally fine with doing, but what I'm going to absolutely need to do for this to make any kind of sense is I need to take it someplace where I got a bunch of water. So I've got oil here and here, so maybe up here in the spiral. Maybe that's where we go and we, we'll just say oil processing. Alright, I'm not going to bother trying to hook all that up. Because I don't know we're taking it yet. Yeah, that's nothing. But yeah, no, it's been interesting that one of the things they did for improving the performance, because there was when they re-implemented ASP.NET to ASP.NET Core, like the primary, like one of the primary focuses more than anything else was just performance. Like everything else secondary, just get the performance as high as can be, because prior to that, ASP.NET was not exactly the most performant thing out there. And it was fascinating seeing things like they're like, well, string processing is about as the worst you can get, and URLs are strings. But what they started doing is taking just, like, I can't remember if it was as the byte, like the bytecode, like just literally taking it directly from that and like pre-encoding what combinations would be what things like HTTPS, so that they wouldn't have to do any translation to see parts of the URL. And it got like absolutely wild, the things they were doing. I was also the kind of thing they're like, alright, if we ever change how this works, this whole thing breaks. But it was like what was necessary. And at the time, for most use cases, it went from being just kind of middle of the pack with ASP.NET to being one of the fastest with ASP.NET Core. Like, there was definitely different places that other stuff outperformed it. But it was such a huge improvement. You know, it did all sorts of changes to memory management to just bleed every little bit out of it.
Multiple Fixit personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
Maybe I should be a little less aggressive considering we're almost dead. Quit speaking to my brain. Oh, let me... Oh. Okay, so I don't have enough room for that. What is that in the middle? Are you sulfur? Or are you some... Oh, never mind, you're just... You're nothing is what you are. Alright. You did a bunch of benchmarks and profiling, fun stuff. You make code you're proud of as a peacock. It turns out to be a pile of crap. You gotta rewrite everything else. That was, I used to make the...
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
Stop talking to my brain, please. It used to be a thing I would tell people. It's like, if you look at code you wrote a year ago, and you aren't brought with disgust, it means you didn't learn enough about why your code is wrong over the last year.
Comply.
It was just the point of, you always keep learning kind of thing. Like, technology always changes, always improves, all that kind of stuff.
Picking up multiple Fixit personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late. Harvest it.
Alright, there's something I can get rid of out of my inventory. Get rid of that for right now.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World president.
See, one thing I have to balance on that is the readability of code and clever code. Oh yeah, generally speaking, clever code is always... If you describe a code as clever, that usually is a code smell. That usually means you're doing something really kind of non-standard, out there. That unless you have a very strong reason for doing it, you probably shouldn't. And sometimes there is reasons, for the record. But yeah, when you see code that's like, this is so clever, I'm like, red alert, why is it so clever? Because usually what ends up happening is, you know, you don't work on it for X number of months when you're on a different project, and you circle back and go, man, how did any of this work? You know, who wrote this crap? And then you turn around and go, oh, I wrote it. Like, to me, that's actually a good sign, is when you look at code you previously wrote that, you know, you thought good things of, and later you look and go, oh yeah. Like, you gotta love over-commented code. I will take over-commented code over no-commented code any day. The number of times I'm like, why is this person doing this in such a non-standard way? Like, why is this person doing it in such an unusual way? Clearly they had a reason. But what is it? So you had some amazing code that was too clever and out of the ordinary, and I've had to scrap it because other devs won't understand. So, like, that's a thing. It's very rare that you do something clever, and again, I'm using that term almost like with air quotes, that it isn't something that's going to just get you in trouble in the long run. There'll usually be a reason why you don't do it that way. It's not to say you don't discover new ways of doing it, but usually its code readability is so bad from it that you're better off taking a thing that's 10% not as good performance-wise, just because the maintainability is going to make up for it. Or it won't be as flexible, or it won't be that. Oh, I would hate working on that. I would absolutely despise working on something that the codes aren't there. Now, don't get me wrong, I fully agree that there's stuff that's over-commented. Like, where you pull up a thing and there's, like, a paragraph explaining what this does, and there's a paragraph explaining that, you're like, no, stop, that's not needed. But, like, you want to pull something up, and it has, like, hey, this is being done in a way that you don't normally see. It's fine. Like, here is the one sentence why it is this way. Before you go and immediately start trying to get rid of it because it's such a bizarre way of dealing with it. Hey buddy, how's it going? Like, I am very not team get the comments out of there. Oh, it just opens. Okay. Alright. I need to make room for you. You still mark references. But that's the thing. In my code base, I should be able to look at the code and not have to jump into 30 places to understand what the heck is going on. Which boils down to, like, clean code, you know, each method function has one primary purpose, one primary objective, whatever, with names that well describe it, variables that are very clear and transparent what they do. And in the event that's just not something you can do, then it has comments to make up for it. Like, and it usually boils down to you're interacting with some third-party API that has variables that names are terrible. Like, where one of the variable names is foo, and you're like, really? Or, you know, we're gonna have you access the server Batman. And you're like, what is the Batman server? Why don't you give it a name that tells me? Is it domain controller? What are we talking here? What is the server's job? Don't call it Batman and Joker. It's cute, but when you have someone who hasn't worked with that server before, it's useless. Seems a lot better than paragraphs and codes. Well, right, like if you have to have like a doc that writes up like the larger process, okay. Maybe you have to get that. Alright, so the downside is this big rock in the middle kind of gets in the way. I'm assuming I can't, I'm pretty sure I can't explode it. I'm gonna try to anyways, though. Yeah, just what I figured. Because it wasn't pitted like the ones you can normally explode. But yeah. Now, there's people who are like, you should never have to comment code. You should never do regions. You should never do this. Like, okay, regions, most of the time you shouldn't use. There's only a few places that I'm like, no, this is actually an appropriate place to use, like, a region. That's usually when you have, like, a file that its whole job is, like, you know, collapse large volumes of information and all that. Like, normally you can just get a name out, and there's times when I get stuck just the names. Oh, yeah. That's, like, the old joke, you probably heard it before, the 3 hardest things to do in software development is naming things, or is sorry, I ruined the joke already. The 2 hardest things to do in software dev is naming things, cache invalidation, and off by 1 errors. I ruined that joke badly. That's sleepy brain kicking in. So we're already making the complex stuff there, and I have 2 new ones to go. That said, we are getting to about that time during the stream where we start to wrap up. So, what I am going to do is I'm going to save the game manually, because we do that, and we're going to go ahead and start wrapping up. But don't go anywhere. We're going to go find someone to raid. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. But in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and put up the ending stream screen and seeing who I can find for us to drop a raid on. Yep, I stream 11 hours every days but Thursdays. So with that said, I will be back at 5 p.m. EDT tomorrow. We'll probably start with RimWorld. I'm kind of wondering... So I'll give Satisfactory another stream, I think. But it does seem like the viewership's dropping off, because we were at like 80 viewers in the first one. The second was around, or not second, like there's been like 5 of them now. It's like 50, 60 viewers, and it's been at, like, we dropped viewership from Farming Simulator to Satisfactory, and it just never really came back. So I'm not going to rule it out yet, because it could be a one-off night. But it is those things that's like, okay. So yeah. So I'm going to see if we have this other person has a, you know, a chill stream. If they do, we might drop a raid on them. If not, what we're going to go ahead and do is just raid someone I know who has make good content. Who do we have on tonight that does good content? You know what? I lied. We're not going to be raiding this person, because one, it looks like they're AFK. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to actually drop a raid. Where did it go? I'm going to drop a raid on Arch Play Stuff. Fantastic content creator on the platform. Absolutely wonderful. Yeah, no, that's that is a thing. Like a lot of those games, like the factory builders and all that, they're pretty strong going for a while, but then they kind of wane. It also seems like it's been a slow day on Twitch just in general for some reason. I noticed a lot of games numbers were down. Anyways, thank you again for tuning in. I will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. EDT, probably playing RimWorld. Might try and do all sorts of stuff. Anyways, with all that said, thank you again for tuning in. Make sure you're eating, drinking, stretching, getting enough sleep, and taking care of yourselves. And I do hope to see you next time at 5 p.m. EDT or after. And good night.